Test. Testing. Is the starting soon thing even working? I think it's working. Probably. Alright. Do I have enough space to record a VOD? Probably. Probably do. Yeah, I'll just record. And I think if I have music, and if I output it to aux, then only I should be able to hear it, I think. Let's test this. I guess I should have tested this beforehand, but you know, we're here. Okay. Volume mixer. Output that to aux. So is that... Cool. Okay, that works. Alright, awesome. Let's turn that down a bunch. So I have that in the background. So I have something to listen to. Alright, great. Well, I think I'm all ready. I don't think anyone's going to tune into this. Maybe we'll get one person at some point, but I just thought, you know what? I'm coding this game. I have a stream set up. Why not just like while I word comment? Because why not? Alright. Well, that being said, let's switch over. It should just, it's the scene, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Alright. So what I was working on currently is better car control around like corners and walls and stuff. It's a little loud, actually. Let me turn this down. Oops. Set volume to like 44. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, so I have some basic code set up right now that when you get to a wall, it should ideally push you away from the wall and not do that, what it just did, right? Or that, what it just did there. But this code is set up wrong, and I'm trying to figure out how to set it up right. So that's what we'll be doing today. So I think it's... Is it the script, or is it... I think it's vehicle. Because this is all like the control stuff. So we're looking for... Wheel straight force, that's it. Okay. I haven't looked at the scripts in like a week. Let's see. So, ideally what we want to happen is, it's also just good, fun fact, or I recommend this if you're like a coder or something, talk to yourself sometimes. Sometimes if you're trying to figure something out, just like get like a thing to like speak to and just like talk to it, just like explain, all right, so what's going on here? Let's try and figure this out. And that's what I'm going to do. So we have this car, right? And each of these individual wheels, we have checks for if it's near a wall. So like if the car is, let's say, here, right? It's driving towards a corner. This tire is getting close to this wall. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to add a check where if a tire is getting close to a wall, and that's the only tire close to a wall, then push that tire away from the wall, right? Add force in that position so that it should hopefully straighten out the car, is what we're going for. Whether or not I can accomplish that, well, should be easy, but should be is the fun part, right? So I have a bunch of really terrible code here that I don't entirely understand, that I've just been messing with for a while. and I haven't gotten it quite working as I was hoping it would. Right off the bat, I'm looking here. What is this? What is any of this? What am I trying to do with this? Right. It looks like I was trying to set it so that it is multiplying by speed. So if we're not moving, then don't add any force. If it's up to 50, then multiply it by 50. This doesn't make any sense. I think what I was trying to do, because I'm grabbing the force, I'm multiplying it by 50, which is a lot. And then I'm multiplying it again by a clamp between 0 and 50. What that means is if I am moving at 0 speed, then it's multiplying the force that we're applying by 0, so it's going to nullify it completely. If we're like moving kind of fast, let's say we're moving 30, then it'll multiply it by 30, which is a lot. And then if we're moving max speed, which I haven't even set here, I just set it to 50, which I don't think even is the max speed of the car. I don't know why I just set it to the number 50. We're going to change this a bit, right? So what I'm thinking is this actually makes sense, and by that I mean we're going to set the we're going to apply to the force a inverse lerp between 0 and 1, that being our speed. So if I look up here, I added this code earlier today in, where was it? I believe in steering. I made a thing for, what was it? Shoot, where did I put it? I'm already forgetting. It's somewhere. Is it not in this script? It should be. Here we go. So speed, we get the speed, right? And then we get a inverse lerp between 0 and whatever our max speed is, and we set our speed in that. So we're going to just grab this and throw it in over here. Oh man, if only I organized this like at all. Then I'd be able to actually figure out where I'm coding. What am I looking for? I already forgot. Oh, this is a good start. Wasn't it down here? No. Man, it sure is a good thing that I'm so prepared and I know exactly what I'm doing. We're looking for this. Oh, it's right at the top. It's not at the bottom at all. Okay. Good to know. So this right here, right? We want it to be that instead. So we need to remove that. So let's read this over. Let's see what we're doing here. Okay, so force, we're getting the force. We're making a vector 3 and only applying it to the x-axis. The number we're getting is direction multiplier, which is either 1 or -1, depending on what wheel is near the wall. So if the wheel is on the left side, then it sets it to this, and blah blah blah, sets it to that. Yeah. So the force, it looks like the force is not force at all. It's just what tells us what direction we're going. So that's not confusing at all. What we're going to do instead is this. We're just going to make this actually legible, and we're going to apply these in here when we declare force. So we declare force here, we do all the multiplication, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then later we actually use it right here, right? So that makes sense. What we don't know is how well does this actually work? Well, as we saw earlier, some of the wheels were being pushed into the wall rather than away from it, which is not what we want. So we need to figure out a way to check which direction we want when. So I'm thinking. because ideally what we want, actually, I'm also going to remove, I had some code also that checked for, like right here, if speed is less than 5, then return, which, what that basically means is that it is not going to push us away from walls if we are not moving very fast. I'm going to disable that just so that I can just slowly cruise around and see if it's actually actively pushing us away from the wall in the way that we want it to. And this might not even be the way to code it right at all. I'm just like trying to figure this out in my head of like how we would stop players from hitting walls. Okay, so as we can see, this is not working even remotely. We are not being pushed away from the wall at all. That's interesting. We're applying force between 0 and max speed by speed. So let's see here. Let's see what are our values. Let's uncomment this debug.log. This is an absolute disaster. All of these, I constantly do debug.logs just so I know exactly what's happening. Because I'm personally, I'm very bad at figuring out what's happening without numbers on the screen telling me exactly what's happening. That's just me, but yeah, that's why I make so many of those. So now we see, right, we've got force that's only being debug.logged when we're up against it. So we're seeing it's very low right now. Now it's higher, it seems. Interesting. As you can see, we're going near the wall, and it's not pushing us away from the wall at all. Which, for now, is not what we want. We're going to be adjusting things so that it's actually more what we want. What we're going to do, actually, we're going to declare a... Let's just declare something real quick. So this is a vehicle. Can we access? Yeah, we can access that. Okay. So I'm just going to create a public float. What should we call this? What even is our function called? Update wheel street and force. Yo. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're the what was it, Hank Hill profile picture? How do I remember that? That's absurd how I remember that. Welcome, welcome. T-Shop gang. Yeah, I'm just coding. Wheel street force. We're gonna set that default to 50, the value that we just had. I haven't seen you in so long. What's up? Kabuto. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of someone else. I could have swore there was someone with a kill profile picture. I'm trying to remember who that was. Yo. Welcome, welcome. YouTube grind. Oh yeah. I've been making I've been trying to upload shorts from Lethal Company because they're relatively easy to upload. And yeah, because I've been busy. Things have been busy. Okay, so it looks like it might be applying force, but it might be too little, is my guess. How do I give donos? Oh, you don't have to do that. That's okay. But even if I did, even if I did support that, I don't even know how that works. I just stream like once a year. I don't know how to use the platform. Let's see. Let's look for this. So let's set this to a bigger value. See what happens. See if it actually starts pushing us away from the wall now. Oh, looks like it might be doing something. Maybe. Or I think it's also checking for what is it? What's it called? The how many wheels are close? So that might be a problem. No, it's still not quite doing anything. So if we set this to 500. Again, what happens? So we've got force here. Interesting. Force divided by distance. What was it before? Am I missing something? I could just be missing something that was there before that I just removed out of not paying attention at all. Force times that times that. Okay. No, no worries. That's why I'm streaming. It's partially because of this. So don't worry about it. Yeah, good talking. Thanks for tuning in. It was neat to see some new phases I haven't seen in so long. Let's apply this to something super huge just to see if it is just like because the number's small. So that might be it. Interesting. So it's not the force values at all. Actually, am I even using the value? Am I even using the value that I made? I just realized this. No, I'm not. What? No wonder I wasn't. Oh my god. Multiplier. Or no, that's not what it's called at all. What was it? I just straighten force. There we go. I just made the value and I didn't even apply it. No wonder it wasn't doing anything. That's it, right? Direction multiplier, which is 1 or -1. So that determines like which direction the force is. And multiply it by our force. And then multiply it again by a lerp of 0 and max speed by speed. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. So that should work. Now my car's probably going to go flying because I set the value to 50,000. Is my guess. Oh, there we go. Ooh, yeah, that's a big old value right there. Okay. Yeah, 23,000. Okay. So if I... Oh man, that's violent. Wow. But it's working, which is what I wanted. What I'm worried about, though, the thing that I'm worried about is if... Because I just want to push you away enough so that you don't, like, smash the wall and stop. Right? Even 2,000 doesn't seem to really be enough. And why does it do that? Hmm. Like that's perfect right there. You see what just happened? So we're going at an angle because if we I'm gonna turn this off just to compare. So if I set this to 0, because the problem I noticed that I was having was when you go see that you go into a wall at like even a slight angle, it completely stops your car. Especially in a racing game, that's kind of annoying. You kind of want it to be a little forgiving, right? Like even that, like it slows me down so much by just missing a little bit. And we notice this especially if we're going at high speeds, like if we're going up this and I accidentally clip the wall a tiny bit, right? We're out. We're done. Lost our position, probably last place. That's not very fun. It's not a very fun game loop, right? If you make a mistake, you want to be punished according to the amount to which you messed up. If you hit the wall a tiny bit, you expect, oh, I'm going to slow down a little bit. I might go down a place because I hit the wall a little bit. I clipped the wall a tiny bit. So what we want, right? The ideal world would be, okay, well, unless we like full on slam into the wall, it should be forgiving. So we want to automatically turn the wheels when that happens. Like that. See? That's perfect. Almost. It's almost perfect. We're working on it. That's what all the testing is for. That's what we're here for. So the other thing I wanted to check. Okay, so where's this pointing? Oh, interesting. That's good to know. So this I wanted to point at like a 45-degree angle this way. Let's check in the code how we're calculating the angle on this. For each wheel. Yeah, that would explain it. So we're just adding to the z. No wonder. That's such a silly way to do. Okay. Waypoint dot. Okay, how do we do this? So we want to get it so that it's no matter how this is turned, we want it to be like we want it to be between these two basically, right? Like the line here, line here. We want it between those at a 45-degree angle like this. Vector 3 dot forward? Is that how it works? To float. Right. Equals vector 3 dot forward. Is equals by 1, 0, 0. Let's try that. Use like a method. Okay, so how does vector 3 forward work? Forward. I'm just trying to figure out in my head how we would do this. Down. 1 point. What if we did this? Then we did minus transform dot. Let's mess with some values because this will give us a draw ray, which means that we can just go into the scene and see where it's drawing. So we can just mess around with this over and over and then see what's actually getting the result that we want. So if I just hit play, then it should give me a ray on each wheel that represents the thing we're looking for. Oh, well, isn't that nifty? That is, in fact, exactly what we want. So if I'm not mistaken, that means that, let's say, we go, oh wait, never mind, it's the wrong way. I was looking at the wrong way. Okay. So we'll do plus, transform go forward. Great. Because it's basically what this is just saying is it's drawing a ray from the position of the wheel to the slide direction, and then we're adding like forward to it, right? But it was minus before, which means it was going backward. So now if we play this, go to scene, there we go. So now it is pointing forward. And the reason why I wanted to have an angle rather than just out here is, let's say that our player is going into a wall, right? If our raycast is going right to the side, it's not going to actually hit anything until we're very close, like maybe here. But we want to know in advance that we need to turn. So if it's out like here, then we'll start turning before we actually hit the wall. Then we'll stop turning when we're... Yeah, it'll work, is what I'm trying to say. Or it'll work better, at least, than what we had before. It's just... there. Save. Then we'll hit play. Yeah, so Originally, my plan for this stream was I was just gonna be making the first level for a while. Then I realized, wait, this is the perfect time to just sit down and just adjust values to get this working. Because I've been trying to get this working for a while. It's been bugging me. Oh, that was interesting. What just happened? I think also, yeah, that direction, it doesn't quite work. But the main thing I wanted to do is I wanted to see if these are still working correctly, which they are. That is perfect. Um, but, you may have noticed this already. Wait a minute, sir, you changed the values in gizmos.draw array. You changed them in the array, but you didn't actually change them in the code that calculates when we turn. And you would be correct when saying that. So, what we're going to do is we're just going to fix that. So we're going to go up to, so I believe it's up. Yeah. We're going to go back up to Straightenforce. We're going to find the ray, right? And then we're going to do that. So now it should do exactly what we want it to. And it should be a little more reliable because the rate will actually be accurate. This makes a lot of sense now that I think about it, because in the past I've been having so much weird trouble messing with this because I'm like, why does it keep randomly just moving from this code? That's so odd. Why is it not working? Why do only sometimes it actually works on the wall? And that's because of what we just fixed. However, it's still doing that, which we'll have to figure out why that's happening. It seems to not like the right wall very much. Or the left wall in that particular case, which is interesting. Now, why do we think that might be? Well, let's see. How are we determining the force where it's applied? Because what I'm thinking, right, is it's a mix of two things. Actually, it could even just be one thing, right? Where is the force being applied on the car? Let's say it's being applied from the right to the left. Is that relative? Like, is that local? Is that local? So, like, if the car is up here on this ramp up here, where is it pushing the force into from? We have to figure that out. So let's think about this. At force position, force, distance. Where's the distance? Torque position. Where exactly is this? This is the kind of stuff that this is where I start struggling. Because I'm like, okay, I think I know what's happening, but how do I determine exactly why it's happening and what I can do at it? Also, I don't think this is being used, so we can just remove that. Let's see, what is this exactly? Wheel torque position. I say that as if this isn't my script. But I also say that as someone who found this controller online and is just gradually making more and more adjustments to it to fit what I'm trying to do. So I'm gradually figuring out how all this works. Okay, so we're getting. So it looks like it's a world position. Yeah, like this too. Like, look what's happening when I'm just driving along this wall. You know what I mean? And like that. Like, why is it doing that? Okay. What if I just don't use the direction multiplier? What if I just set it to 1? Is the direction multiplier helping us at all? Like, do I even need to think about the direction, is what I'm wondering. Oh, Math Mage, thank you for the subscription. Hello, hello, and welcome. Hope you are enjoying me being very bad at coding. Okay. What did I even just do? I completely forgot what I was doing. Right, we were changing the direction multiplier to just be set to 1 no matter what. Just see if that helps us at all. Which it looks like it might be. It looks like direction multiplier was a silly idea. And it's actually just doing exactly what we want without figuring out what direction it needs to be in. Which is interesting. Except does that. Now this is... Oh, man. Oh, man. So that was a lot of things that we did want to happen. Interesting. Okay. I don't think we need to debug deadlock this anymore. I think that's working correctly. So I think what was happening was the wheel torque position, right? So let's check this. So that we get the force and then the position. So the wheel torque position, right, is where it's pushing the force from. So for this wheel, it's likely right here, the position. This wheel, it's right next to it here. Blah, 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 blah. So what was happening was I was reversing it with the direction multiplier when it's on this side, thinking that, well, I have to, because if it's pushing it from one way, then if I do it to the other side, I have to reverse it. But the position of the wheel torque seems to be doing that automatically. So that's not something we have to worry about. It seems like. From what I can gather, at least, is what I'm gathering here. So, So it looks like the position the force is pushing it from is correct. I believe I removed the code for back wheel. I did not. Okay. Back wheel. Okay, so this is checking if the current wheel that's being pushed is a back wheel and we're moving forward, then we do not want to push it at all. Interesting. Oh, I see why I did this. Okay. So why I did this, from what I'm trying to figure out, I believe I did this so that it only pushes the back wheel if we're going backward, right? Like, let's say we're backing into a wall. It's basically doing the same thing as if we're driving forward into a wall, right? It's only doing it if we're going into it at like a corner like this, right? So if we go backwards, interesting, or it's just not doing it all. Oh, I know why it's not doing it at all. Because of course it's not. We don't have the raycast flipped when we're going backwards. So let's do that. Doing the raycast here. Okay. We're gonna do real quick check for that and make this script even messier, because I don't know how else how other way to do it. So we're gonna do int int direction equals. Then we're gonna check if we're going forwards. So if speed is greater than 0, which we haven't even calculated the speed yet, because of course we haven't. We're gonna move that. Should we leave that there though? We'll do it here, right? And then we'll redeclare it here. Except we won't, because that doesn't make any sense. Why would we really redeclare it? We declare it here, and then we check if speed is greater than 0. So if we're moving, then direction is equal to 1. It means we're moving forward. Otherwise, -1. Right? So what this does we set direction as an int equal to 1 if we're moving forward, or -1 if we're moving backward. So multiply by direction. So all of that is just to basically tell this line to cast backwards if we're moving backwards, and forwards if we're going forwards. Assuming I set that up right. To check if we set that up right, we'll do the same thing down here. So we'll find our speed. Copy that. Put it down here. And then let's do the same thing. So int direction equals speed greater than 0, 1, -1. Tension toward times direction. Great. Uncle Rico. I swear that was the guy with the Hank Hill profile picture. It is! I'm not crazy. He still has it. I knew it. Oh, I knew it. That's awesome. Anyways, back to coding. Okay. What was I even doing? I distracted myself. Right, we were going to check the... Looks like it's not doing it. Or maybe it is? Let's see. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to split this. And... Okay. Does speed go into negative? This is a good thing to test. Because if it doesn't, then this is all a bunch of nonsense code that won't do anything. Because I was assuming that speed goes into negative when you go backwards. But I could just be wrong. And then we have to do this differently. Got it. Okay. That's good to know. Oh, my headphones just dead. Hold on, I gotta plug them in. Oh, so prepared. So prepared. Oh, I'm setting... That's why. Because I'm setting it to mathf.absolute. No wonder. Yes, from what I remember, it sets absolute, meaning that if it's positive, it sets it to negative. If I'm remembering right, let's see. Absolute. Okay, well that doesn't quite help. But I'm pretty sure that's what that does. So just trust my word on it. Just trust the fact that I'm maybe correct on that. Maybe. Possibly. Yeah, there we go. So now, perfect. Look at that. So now it flips. We're going backwards. So now, just like earlier, we just need to copy that. I really like using stuff like this, these draw arrays, because it helps me. It just helps that it's actually working. Certain things like this. So yeah, let's go back up here. But I think we need to edit our code a little bit for this. What was I doing? Oh, right. I need to set this so I can hear again. Right. Here. Okay. So instead of absolute, the thing is that we also use speed for some other things. like this. But what we can do is do the same function, but put it here instead. So speed will not be set as absolute up here, but it will be in that function down there for the sake of the fact that we need it to be absolute. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. That probably makes sense. Pretty sure that makes sense. Probably, perhaps. Okay. So I don't think we need the scene view anymore. Okay, that works. And then if we go backwards, if we go backwards, Okay, so it's turning us the wrong way, I see. So, what does that mean? Okay, so it's turning us the wrong way when we're going backward. Ooh, okay, so then what do we do? Well, what we do is figure it out. So how we're gonna do that is a great idea. Um, Direction multiplier. We might actually use this again, but for if back wheel or front wheel, right? So we'll check here. If is back wheel, and we'll check if it's true. So if we are using a back wheel, then we flipped, right? So let's just try it. Let's just see if it works. Let's just see if it magically works, which it probably won't. But if it doesn't, then we'll know, and then we'll fix it. All right, so if we go forward, yep, it does that. And if we go backward, and then it does that. There we go. There we go. Awesome. So you might be looking at it thinking, wow, that works. It does exactly what we wanted to do. Well, does it? Is the thing, does it? Because here's what I'm worried about, right? It seems to work perfectly when we're moving slowly. If we go up to a wall, then it doesn't work because actually I'm lying apparently. Interesting. So let's check again, right? Another thing I'm worried about, right? If we're looking at this, we're thinking about how this looks, right? We have these two raycasts, and we have this giant collider here. This massive collider. What I'm thinking, what if we adjust this collider a bit? Like maybe that, just as a test. Oh, okay. Well, that's not what I thought would happen. Okay. Right. Oh. Well, that's not really ideal. How in the world? What? I do. Sorry, I'm just trying to process. No, it went. What? Let's try that again. I think that is the most confused and shocked I've been since I started working on this project. Because what? You know what I mean? Like what? Right. So let's move it back a little bit less. All right, all seems good so far. Okay. Seems okay. Oh, interesting. I can't turn off going backwards. Is it still applying force? No, it's not. That's strange. Hmm. Ooh. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of stuff we have to work out, a lot of minor checks just to... Okay, so one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring back this piece of code. What this is basically doing is it's checking, are we even moving, right? Because you'll notice, like, so, like I walk, excuse me, drive up to a wall, and then I just like magnetize to it. That's not really ideal. You know what I mean? To like magnet right onto it. But I don't know if speed is the right way to do it either. We might need to do a little bit more of a check than that, right? So if we go up against this wall, right, and we just like slow down a bunch, you'll see we don't do anything. And if I push forward, we don't do anything. But if I'm going at like this, right? Interesting. No, why is it? Wait, what? Like, huh. Well, I'm rather confused. I also really don't like how it just glides so long like this. Hmm. Now it's pulling us in? No, it is pushing us out. So sometimes it is pushing us the incorrect way, is what I'm noticing a lot. There's a lot of that. It should always be pushing us away from the wall. But when we start going up the ramp, it reverses. Hmm. What if we draw a sphere on the wheel torque position points at all times so we can see exactly what's going on? Right. Similar to this. So we're going to go do gizmos dot draw. We'll do draw sphere, wire sphere. And then we're going to do get wheel torque position, new vector 3. Right, the same as this. And then we'll just do let's do 111. Do something small to make a little wire sphere. Oh, and we need to do it for each wheel, right? So we can't put it here. So we'll just move that up to R for each wheel. And we'll create a comment so that when I look at this later, I actually understand what's going on. Create spheres to represent where exactly which wheel torque position is per wheel. Radius. Am I doing this incorrectly? What am I missing? Convert from vector 3 to float. What do you mean? Whoops. Whoopsies. What does open? Something. That's correct. Okay. New vector 3. That. 1, 1, 1. Float radius. What? Float. Oh, because it doesn't. Oh, that because of course it's a sphere, so of course it wouldn't actually need a vector 3 to represent the width, height, and whatever, because it's a sphere. That makes sense. Okay. Now if I hit play, then we'll hopefully get a better understanding of what exactly is happening here. So it should have drawn us a bunch of little spheres that are actually way too big. Like way too large. So my assumption is that the torque position would be a bit offset from the wheel, but I don't even know what torque is. So I guess that's what we're figuring out. Interesting. So it's up there. So this is where the torque is for that wheel, which means that in our function up here, that means that we're adding the force to oh, that makes sense actually. Because the thing is, this wheel is not actually a physical wheel on this car, right? It's a mesh representation of the car. So we're applying force to the side of the box collider of the car. So when we turn, it's pushing the box in a certain way. So that makes sense why they're up here, actually. What I want to check, though, is do these actually stay consistent when we're going up this ramp? Because I want to figure out why we suddenly are being pushed the incorrect direction. Right, so if we pop this over here, and then just move up there real quick. I could have done this in an easier way, but this will work. Okay, so they are staying where they're supposed to be. They're staying on that. It looks like their rotation. They are being rotated, I think. So that seems to be working correctly. So we know that's being applied in the correct position. So now y is force at position. So apply a torque force on the object. So we need to figure out, okay, so what's determining the direction it's coming from? I assume that's force, right? Input is vector 3 force. So it is, so if we uncomment this, is the force inversing when we're going up the ramp? Because if it's inversing, that probably means that the, whoops, we don't need this anymore. We just want to know the force, except we don't want it to be completely incorrect, so we're gonna change it back to what we're actually using. So let's see what values exactly are we getting here. I literally had a debug here that told me like basically the same thing. That's fine. We're figuring it out. There could be distance. What even is distance? Have I even checked that? Okay. So that's the current force. Actually, why is it debugging now? Is this a separate thing? Yes, it is. Why do I have this enabled? Good coder, everyone. Good coder. He knows what he's doing. Definitely for sure. We can just remove this. We are not ever going to use this again. We don't need this anymore either. I was done messing with that ages ago. Keep that commented, I guess. Actually, while I'm here. Okay, so what is distance exactly? That could be what's going wrong. Hit dot distance. That is the distance from our spring position to that. Interesting. Okay. Because my guess is that something in here is a negative when we're like upside down, and that is like reversing something somehow. So we just need to figure out what exactly is happening. So if we go up to here, we see force, right? That's positive. On this side, it's positive as well. That's good. And we know that it's working normally down here, so we know that that's correct. Visual GPL license LS. I swear. Yes. Not sure what you said, but yes. So if we drive up here, it's still positive, but it's a very high number. Am I crazy? I don't think it ever goes that high down there. Huh. Mr. Good Sir, have a great day. You as well. Thank you for tuning in, as I will continue to not understand my own code. So we know that it's hitting correctly. It's not... We're not getting negative force at any point. I think we were getting in like the 20,000s at one point, weren't we? No, like 3,000, 4,000. Man, this is getting me. Okay. In the distance. What is distance looking like? I'm just going to throw debugs everywhere until I figure this out, which is definitely not the way to do it. The way to do it is to actually understand what my code is, but I don't understand what my own code is, so, so we're not doing that. Distance, and then we'll do distance. Let's see what that value looks like, I suppose. Even though it should just be the distance between the wheel and the wall, which should tell us nothing. Debug.log. Oh, stupid. Plus distance. There we go. Lock yourself in a room with a Gen 2 Linux ISO and own phone and delete Windows, and you can't escape until you've downloaded Gen 2 properly. That is tempting. The only problem with that, though, is I have a laptop. I don't know what relevance that has to your question whatsoever, but laptops don't really work for anything in my experience, so I probably would not be able to achieve that. Is my guess. Distance, okay. I don't know why I'm expecting this to tell me anything useful. Because, like, it shouldn't. Yeah, so we just noticed it there, how it, like, kind of bumped us off the wall. Like, it's turning us into the wall here. Why is it doing that? That's so strange. Let's edit this a little bit. Let's make sure that only the front wheels are being turned. If is back wheel, then turn. Make sure to actually input the wheel that we're currently checking. I would not be surprised if after I'm doing all of this, there's actually like a thing out there that like does exactly what I'm trying to do in like 2 lines. Didn't do as lightweight as possible. This is the terminal. You need to write commands and compile stuff for hours until you finish downloading it. Interesting. We're here to get things done, not waste time. I don't know why there's no audio. I don't know. Works on my system. Let's see. Distance. What did I even check? I just forgot everything I just did. Oh, right. So we made sure that the back wheels are not turning. So it's still turning us into the wall. Why is the force so high when we're barely moving? Let's check how we're calculating this end, right? So the wheel strain force is 3,000. We can just remove this. There's no point multiplying by 1. I don't know why I even had that there. The direction multiplier is back wheel. Let's remove that for now. Let's just make an entire giant wall of comments because I don't know what I'm doing. So we'll remove that, right? So back wheel is completely out of the equation. Okay. So now it's just 3,000. And then it is setting it between 0 and 3,000 according to how fast we're going. Yet I swear we were getting like 9,000. Were we not? Force divided by distance. Okay, wait. Distance. What am I even doing here? Wait, what did I even, why did I put this here? What does this do? Okay. Force divided by distance. So the distance is between 0 and 1, roughly, according to how close the wheel is. Okay. So if it's right up against it, then it's 0. Or, like, let's say it's, like, close. 0.2. The distance is 0.2. So 3,000 divided by 0.2. So if it's closer, then it's a much harsher force. Which makes sense. But I feel like, as we just saw, really close, and it applies the force, divided by like 0.01, that's like not really... That's not really a good idea, I feel like. I'm thinking about it. I should probably clamp distance between like 1 and not 0. Let's do that. Why are you using Unity? That's a great question. It's because I went to college for 2 years a couple of years ago to learn how to use Unity because I didn't know that it would suck. And now I'm here with like 4 years of experience in Unity and no experience in anything else, so I'm just rolling with it because I don't know how to do anything else. So let's see. His distance equals hit dot distance, and then I think we'll clamp that probably. So we'll do clamp. No, if we do that, then and this is why my I can't figure it. Ugh. Okay. So clamp. What does even clamp do again? Let me remember this. Between that and that. Okay, that's not what we want because if it's less than 1, then it just won't even get it. Right? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Mathf dot. What do we want? What do we want? So we want it to always be at least 0.1 and never be above 1. So that would be, what even is that? Lerp. What does lerp do again? And b by t. I don't think that's correct. Is it floor? Largest integer, smaller than. Brain. Use Unreal Engine. See, I would if I knew how to. That's the problem. And I'm stubborn. There's two problems here, right? The first problem is that I use Unity. The second problem is that I'm stubborn, so I won't switch. Unity has some advantages over Real. You need an RTX card to run the latest version. Well, I do have that, but I'm stubborn. That's the problem. I don't know. I mean, Unity works for my purposes, and that's good enough for me. Like I'm not coding uh I'm not coding Baldur's Gate 3, right? I'm coding a tiny racing game with PS1 graphics. And I'm coding 2D games. So maybe Unreal would still be better for some of the games that I'm making, but I know how to use Unity already. Why would I switch when what I'm using is working enough, right? It's doing the job, which is all the reason I need. Also, Unreal is 2D poorly. I did hear about that, yeah. And like most of the stuff I've made so far has been 2D. So for me, it does work. Maybe it's not the best option for some works, for some things. Unreal works best. Yeah, yeah. So if you look at my game, right, not what I'm going for. Um, I'm sure it would definitely be good. It would definitely be a good idea for me to learn Unreal, partially because it opened more job opportunities, right? Me only knowing Unity reduces the amount of jobs I could get significantly. If I know Unity, if I know Unreal, if I know Godot, if I know how to program multiple languages, yeah, blah 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 blah, etc. etc. That opens my opportunities a lot because it allows me to work for so many more places than I would with just Unity C Sharp. But it's what I know, and I'm stubborn, and I'm lazy. So there you go. That makes things harder. Um. Anyways, let's figure out how to use the right mathf thing that I want. Clamp 1 between 0 and 1, which is not what we want. We want it to be at least. Or I could just make everyone angry and just clamp 0, 1 and then do it, and then do an if. Do an if to see if it's less than 0.1. If so, set it to 0.1. Which is basically me doing like 3 lines for one mathf that I don't remember. That's what I'm gonna do because I don't remember what it is. So we're gonna check if we're gonna clamp distance between wait, clamp 1 between 0, 1 and return. No, equals hit dot distance if distance 1f. Whoops. this isn't some of the worst coding you've seen that's like month, then one, I'm sorry. I feel bad. That's fortunate that you have to see coding worse than this in the past month. Two, it probably won't change. So there you go. And then we use distance here. So all that just to basically say, not make the force 1600 trillion, hopefully, is what I'm hoping for. It's the way it was previously. If we're like super close to the wall, it'll make the force like a stupid high number. And that's probably not a good idea. So now let's see. Now it's pushing us away from the wall. Let's see, is this a Hot Wheels like game? Yes, sir. Pretty much. So I've been playing some... Oh, and it still doesn't work. That's great. But the force... Yeah, like what in the world? 27,000. 27,000. Yeah, so basically, I mean, I've been playing some... I've just been interested in Hot Wheels recently. That's it. That's honestly... I just think Hot Wheels is cool. And I was looking at Hot Wheels games from I don't know, like 2012 and earlier. There was two that stood out to me in particular. One is PS1 graphics, because I saw this PS1 graphics shader recently, and it's pretty neat. It looks better on like other objects. Like if you look at the wheels as well, right? It just emulates PS1 graphics, and I thought that was really cool. What I also think is cool is this one Hot Wheels game for the PSP that I played. Basically, what was cool about it was it had a slowdown mechanic. If you pressed whatever the button was, I forget, it slowed down the game to like, I don't know, like a 20th of the speed or something. And the idea was, most of the game was like fully single player, and you would use this slowdown mechanic to basically adjust your car on the spot. So like, let's say there's like a really tight turn, then you can slow down and then just like turn super sharp on that turn and then make that turn that you typically wouldn't be able to. Or just a couple other things. Let's say there's like an obstacle coming up. All right, let me slow down, shift to the left, and then shift back, and then unslow down. So I just thought that was cool, and I thought, huh, that's a neat mechanic for a game that no one's played. And I want to make a racing game, because I think racing games are cool. And I've also noticed that they are hard as hell to make. Like, oh my god, this stupid car controller has been a nightmare. But it's also been really fun and really educational, figuring out how impossible this is and why so few games feel good to play. Racing games, I mean. Man, it's hard. But that's partially why I want to do it, because it's hard, and I want to do it. So yeah, overall, two things. One, Hot Wheels is cool, and two, what everything else I just said. I don't know why I tried to sum it up as if I knew what I was summing up. I don't know. I wanted to make it, and I think it's cool. What was I doing? Distance. Oh, right. So I think what I noticed was 0.1 is still multiplying it by like 100 quadrillion. So let's see. Distance equals distance. Let's just change it to some other number, because I'm stubborn and don't want to figure out how to do this better. Yeah, I'm hoping to get it on Steam someday. That's the other thing. Two things. One, I wanted to make a racing game. Two, I wanted a game on Steam. Like a game that just I had made. Like just me. Right? Because I never done that before. And it's gonna cost me like $100, but whatever. I want to do it. And then see how that goes. It could be a complete flop. Maybe no one ever plays it. But I want to do it. So that's all the motivation that I need. So now distance should never be below 0.5, which means we should never get stupid high force values above like whatever number. But we still have the problem from earlier, which is that okay, and then we just fly off the track like that. Okay, like why did that happen? Oh, why did that happen? Now I gotta figure that out. Okay. But we're gradually getting there, and that's what's important. Gradually getting there. So if we go, you know what I'm gonna do actually? Hold on. Why am I starting all the way over here and going all the way around just to test this part? When I can just move the goddamn car and not have to go all the way around every time. Wow, so sorry, he figured it out. That he can skip like 20 seconds of every single test. Changing something in 5 seconds. Man. But it seemed to work on the left side, or the right side if I'm not mistaken. Which is what I find interesting. Let's test that again. If it works on the other side. Oh my god, there's gotta be a better way to do this. Maybe lowering car, which is what I should have been doing this whole time. It's not that. It's not that. Okay. Let's try that. Okay. So let's see. No, it seems to be working on the right side. I think. If it wasn't moving at 2 FPS, that would help. Uh, lighting is probably not helping. How are you trying to handle the... How do I get rid of this icon? There's this little, like, heart icon that's over the chat that makes me not able to read, like, 3 of the words in your sentence. Man, I love Streamlabs. How do I hide that? Okay, there we go. I got it. How are you going to handle the 3D assets? Two things. One, if I open Blender real quick, there is 2 functions that I found that have been so helpful. So helpful. Open recent, track 1. That's the wrong thing. Open recent. So it turns out that the tracks I don't need like any experience at all for, because I just need to create a literally this is all I've made to make the tracks is this right here, this 3D model that I made in like 5 seconds. And what I did with it is I found a tutorial online that gave me that told me to put a curve and an array on it and then make it follow a NURBS path. So literally the track is this is so cool. I find this so neat. To make the tracks, literally all I have to do is click on the endpoint, hit E, click where I want it to move next. That's it. And then that just makes the track, right? It's just a set of points. So the track is already done. That I don't need to worry about. The terrain is going to be not so bad as well. This is what I thought I was going to do this stream, is just make track 1. But then I got sidetracked. So terrain is also fine because of this funny thing called like this landscape maker. So what I can do is just spend ages editing values and creating these landscapes. So I can let's just make a big old landscape, and let's not make it like that. Mesh height. Oh, I edited mesh height. That's why. Edit this. I definitely totally know how to. Oh, I didn't even change the height. the silly regenerate. Right, so you can use this to basically just create terrain. And you can adjust the value so it actually looks good. But I'm just like showing a quick example of it. Right, so you can just use a whole bunch of these and just make terrain. It also comes with some materials. Like let's say I want a volcano level. Then it's got me covered. Right? This is all like free. This thing is built in, but I got a free alternative for it that adjusts it slightly, adds some like textures and stuff that's free to use. Now the thing where it gets complicated is the rest of the assets, mainly the cars. I know someone who's learning 3D modeling, and they are looking into they're looking into how to make low poly stuff. They've already made a bunch of stuff, and they're probably gonna help me out with that. If worst case scenario that doesn't work out, then I guess I'm learning Blender. That's the only thing I'm a little worried about. That and the music. The music's gonna be tough because what I wanted to do was create music with like SNES style sound fonts or like chiptune sound fonts, which is a hell of a task for a guy who doesn't know how to compose music. So depending on how that goes, I might just have to use free to use tracks, which like I don't want to. I might just pay someone to make them. I don't know. I'll figure that out when I get there. I'm not quite there. I'm still trying to figure out how to make the funny car move. You know what I mean? But yeah. What I wanted to do is I wanted to see if I can I wanted to see if I can make the lighting. Actually, I can just do this, I guess, right? But doesn't do it in game view, right? Because I want to worry about lighting later. For now, I just want to be able to actually see everything in the game. No. I guess we could just do a. I think if there's a. I can make a global light component, right? Let's try that. Let's make a light. Then, oh, it's already set, right? Okay, we'll make a new component. Light, and then spell it wrong. Area. Maybe not. I swore a road like that in Blender once. Just look up. What am I doing? Why would I spend Blender out? I can just look up. Let's see. Unity full light. How to add global lighting. Oh man, my laptop's struggling. Who would have thunk that having 6 million things open, including a 3D modeling software and a game engine software, would create a little bit of lag on a laptop, and also streaming and recording. Open lighting. And enable time illumination. Oh, and it's going to process that. Okay. Okay, well, hopefully that magically works, according to Google. Close Blender. Yeah. Probably don't need it right now. I'll close it. I'll probably close Steam as well. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Okay. And Google. I don't need that anymore. I can remove my own comments. No, neat. How long is this gonna take? Man, I sure hope this works. Easy way to do this. I just want it for like the next few hours of testing. Mm, I think this is fine. Uh, I wonder why would it be? Hmm. It reverse. Can I run the game? Well, it seems like a terrible idea. I'm gonna do it anyways. Damn, I can't see a thing. Maybe it's because I disabled the directional light. There we go. So it does seem to be working on that side. Oh, what? That's reversed. Oh my god. Why? 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 Is it only when we're going faster? This can't be it, right? No way. That make any sense. Oh, let's go. Plok is playing. That's huge. I should stop humming. Copyright strike me for being too accurate. Oh, I think it finished. But it still looks dark. Am I crazy? Am I going nuts? Am I going absolutely bonkers? Real-time global illumination, my ass. Don't look very illuminated to me. Ah, whatever. We'll just enable this again. Hold? Hold? Illuminated? Hold on. Might have done did the thing? Possible? Nope. Oh well. Okay, what was this debugging again? Nice. Ugh. Wait. Not theft at absolute. No, that's fine. Because, like, look, now it's pushing me into the wall. Why is it doing that now? You know what I mean? To the slant that I'm on? It shouldn't be. Hmm. I'm rather confused. Pushes me away. If I go to this wall, then it doesn't push me away. It does the opposite. But why? Why exactly? Why? Oh, I don't know what any of this does. So I'm not going to look at it, because I will understand less. Hmm. Delete that. Tell me nothing. Wait. Wait. Is it because I'm only putting it on the x-axis? Is that why? Was that a silly thing that I did? Also, why am I setting it here to what is when I already set it? What is any of my code? Ugh. Sometimes I hate being stupid. Sometimes, not always. What if I do this? What if I just create? What if I just make this an absolute mess of a line? When I could make it not mess of a line and just like declare it before and then set it in all three. Or just like be a good coder. You know, that'd be an alternative. That's a good alternative. That would make sense. But no, we don't do that here. Indeed, do not do that here. Is the sound actually working correctly? Like I'm seeing it appear. I mute this. Okay, it is. Cool. Okay. Nope. Oh. What if instead of the wheel torque position, I get wheel, I don't know, relative position? Like, let's just try some different things and see how it works, you know what I mean? Why not? Because I'm assuming that the position I'm getting, that I'm applying it to, is not correct. I don't know. Um, well, that's one way to do it. That is only one way to do it. Okay, so don't apply it there. Because clearly there's a bad idea. Get wheel. Not roll direction, because that doesn't make any sense. Slide direction? I feel like that's not right either. But I'm going to try it. Finite burns. Hmm. I have a feeling that maybe this is correct. Let's read some of the other code. Steering. And acceleration. Slide direction equals get wheel slide direction. It's just like, okay. Interesting. Float force value. I don't know. Set it to something. And then we'll change all of this down to force value, force value, force value. Because I don't even know. I don't know. I'll check again. To steering force. It's the same in X, Y, and Z. Yeah. So it would make sense. Do it like that. Yeah. I think we're getting there. Gradually, we're getting there. We're slowly figuring it out. Man. Like, what in the world, dude? There's something horribly wrong with the way this is coded, is what I'm getting. And I am just not quite sure how to figure it out. Hmm. Ooh. Let's try that. Force. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oops. Case. Okay, so we got the slide direction. We'll put that right here. Slide direction. I see. So it's a vector 3. Oh, interesting. So slide direction is, where is it? Hold on. It's steering. So it applies it there. Okay. Let's try it. Why not? Times slide direction. Let's see what happens. This is in the wrong place. No wonder it's giving me errors. Slide direction. Yep. Put that right there. And then we'll remove semicolon there. And we're actually gonna put it down here. Slide direction. I don't think I need these brackets here, right? Because it is, yeah, it's just gonna do it in order anyways. Remove that. Unit times can be applied to vector 3 and vector 3. What? But I just put the what about down here? What about the vector 3 equals oh. I see. I don't see, but you know. Force equals force times slide direction. What? This is making me feel stupid. Force equals float times vector 3? Huh? Okay. So this times slide direction? Can I convert from vector 3 to float? Well, yeah. So how is it? Am I just completely reading this in wrong? Because it's multiplying it by a vector 3, yeah. What? So how does this work then? Oh. Times slide direction. No, that doesn't work either. Can't convert from vector 3 to float, yeah. So how... What? Force value and slide direction. How does that work? Whatever. It works. I don't understand how it works, but it works. I guess because it's like it multiplies the float by each value of the vector 3. Is that what's happening? I think that's what's happening. Actually, that's definitely what's happening. Yeah, I guess that does make sense. I'm hungry. I should probably eat. Ooh. So what did I even change after all that? That. So, like, what? You know what I mean? Like, feel like it's, from what I'm understanding, it's reversing it. It's reversing the direction it's pushing from when we're upside down. Am I crazy? That feels like that's what's happening. It's there, it works fine. It works fine, it works fine, it works fine, it works fine. And then it starts pushing us. No, it's still working fine. What? What? Well, now I don't know what to think, because it worked fine that whole time, for like the first time ever. So now I'm confused. Let's try that again. Works fine. Works fine. Works fine. Works fine. What? Works fine. Uh-huh. Okay. Man. Man. This is something. Let's try the right side. I think it was already working. It just doesn't like the there's just that one bug where I just like fly off. I'll figure that out another time. That's like a bug thing. And this side, is it ever working on this side? Looks like no. But I feel like it did work before, which is why I'm confused. Times that direction. Okay. And then we'll multiply that by direction multiplier, right? We'll make a new int just in case. Int um, left, right multiplier, just to make things super confusing. Times left, right multiplier. So by default, it won't change anything, but if the wheel is on the right, like what we just saw, then it reverses it. So if is left wheel, or in this case, if not is left wheel, change that, then left right multiplier equals -1, right? So we're going to swap it if the right wheel is the one being tested, so that it hopefully flips it. We'll see if that works. If I'm understanding how this works correctly, then I think it will. Although, one thing I just thought of is maybe we should reverse all of the elements. Or maybe we should. I don't know. Oh, it looks like it's working to me. Is that it? Did we do it? Did we do the thing? Hot Wheels Turbo Racing! I'm not sure which one specifically that is, but Hot Wheels for sure is the vibe I'm going for. Okay, interesting. So it's been what? Hour 47 minutes? Alright, we fixed one thing. Managed to fix one thing. Okay. So now it correctly pushes us away from walls. Or at least it, to an extent, it does what we want. Well, now we just need to figure out how to make it actually smooth. Because currently it just looks like it's making us not go up against walls. But what I want it to do is when we go up against a corner like that, I want it to straighten us out like that. I want it to be a little more reliable. Instead of just, it's kind of reliable. Just needs some adjusting. It's not too bad, actually. I think I just need to extend it and maybe turn it a little more. Because if we're heading at a sharp angle, then I do want it to still turn us a little bit. Let's see. are we at? Over here? Yeah. I wonder if I just increase the distance, would that help? Maybe. Because if we're going fast, I've noticed it doesn't work very well. Yeah, like right there, it should have straightened this out, but it didn't. We're still getting there, though. It's a lot better than it was earlier. Because if I disable this entirely, right, and then I'll try and do the same thing I was just doing, we just stop entirely. And that's terrible. Like, if I'm just, especially if there's other cars I'm trying to avoid, if I just hit the wall like a little bit, I'm just right? We're screwed. So even just that little bit is helping a lot. But I want to mess around with the values a little bit more. Like let's see. Distance. Smart direction. So I want to change. It's this right here that we want to change. Okay. So we'll make a float down here. Public. I guess I can make it. Nah, whatever. It doesn't matter. These are just testing values for now. So public float. Straighten. Raycast length. By default, we're going to set this to 1.5 just because that's what we were using. But we're going to adjust that in the editor to see if that might be something that helps. The font to Comic Sans. Oh, in here? It already is. It already is. I'm one ahead of you. In game though it isn't, just to clarify. But maybe it will. I don't know. I guess we'll just have to see. I don't even know if, because I don't think it comes installed with Unity by default. A bunch of fonts. I don't know why I'm entertaining this so much, but now I have to check. Now that you mentioned it. Yeah, no, we only have like 7 fonts. So Comic Sans is not in here. I'm sorry, I can't change it. It's just gonna have to be Liberation Sans for now. Unless hold on. Sans. Oh, I gotta find the type font. Oh, look what you're making me do. Or type font. Fonts. Sans. We're just gonna drag that in there. Alright, and that should work. This is a stupid idea. Why am I doing this? And then I have to make, oh right, I have to make them, if I do this, create Text Mesh Pro, font asset. Where did it even go? I wasn't paying attention. Create font asset. What? Font asset. Oh, I see. So if I select these, create font asset. Yeah, there we go. This is such a terrible idea. Why am I doing this? There you go. Are you happy now? The font is Comic Sans. It has been done. And now the stroke is gone. Wait, we can fix this. We can fix this. Actually, even can we even? Hold on. There we go. Now the game looks terrible. Is that what you wanted? Is this what you asked for? All right. What was I even doing? I'm so sidetracked. Oh right, we were doing the straighten recast thing. Delay in the chat messages because it's YouTube, and YouTube is slow with streaming. You send a message and it takes so long to send. It sucks. Other than that, it's good. You can, I assume you can watch it fine. It's just the chat. That's like the worst part of YouTube streaming. Everything else is pretty good. So if we change this to like 2, then it should push us away earlier, like before we get close to the things. So we're gonna see if we can actually go into a wall at an angle and how well it actually works now. So if we go like here, oh, getting there. I still gotta figure out why sometimes when I hit a wall, I just flip like 6 times. Because for reference, no, it's not supposed to do that. This is Unity physics, probably. Okay, so if we go up the ramp, we're going pretty fast. Then I go on like a pretty sharp angle. Then it's still pretty forgiving. Oh, I like that. That's better. That is much better. We're getting there. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. It's still a little funky, but we're getting there. Cool. That's what we were doing here. I want you to add something to. Oh God, this is why I shouldn't. Fine. What is it? Fine. Depending on what it is, I may do it temporarily. This is not going in the final game. Probably. I hope. Maybe. But also the final game is like so far away. We're not even close. What was I? Oh, I'm getting it. And now where do I even put this? Oh God. Do I have a ThinkTest Max Pro? Yes, I do. Okay, I'll just get him out of here. Throw him in there. I don't want to see it anymore. Let me think. Oh, okay. let me just consider what I could do to destroy this guy's game. Hmm. Okay. Can I have these disabled by default, please? Actually, let me just get rid of them for now. They're kind of ugly. I haven't remade the VFX yet, so it still just looks ugly. Okay, so what else do I need to do? Excellent question, me. Remove that light because it does nothing. Wait, did it do nothing? Yes, it did. I should make this baked, and then... Oh... And then let that run in the background, I guess. God, I love Unity lighting. God, it's so amazing, and I definitely don't hate it. It's definitely not terrible. Okay. Actually, here I do. Let's see if controls for this bad boy. It should work in theory. Set it up so that it should. Probably PS1 recent game, but this is kind of banger. Gotcha. That might be the one I'm thinking of then. There was a Hot Wheels game that I was looking at, but I didn't know of it. Actually, I can just look it up right now. It has Metallic on it. Because if it is, then it's the one I'm thinking of. Let's see, Hot Wheels Turbo Racing. It's hard to remember which is which because they're. Oh, yep, it is exactly the one I'm thinking of. Yep. So it's taking years. Let me close. Yeah, it's probably stuttering like crazy right now because I started baking. Yeah, it'll be like that for a second. Is it better now? Hello? Hello? Test. 1, 2, 3, test. 1, 2, 3, test. That seems better. It seems to be working better. I'm looking at my microphone like bar on like Streamlabs to see if it's actually working properly, and it looks smoother. Yo, thank you for the sub. I think that's regular YouTube sub, I think. I don't even know why I have those enabled, but I do, so they appear on screen. It is not better. Oh, that's good. That's good. But there could also be like a 30-second delay, and it's actually better now. I don't know. That's the fun part about this. Okay, it finished baking the lighting, and it still does not appear to be giving me any light, which is perfect and exactly what I wanted. This is what I would say if I was like just completely lying. Oh, it didn't even. I don't think it even baked the lighting. Generate lighting. Oh. Oh, here we go. Well, while that runs, I'm going to connect my controller. So let's open Better Joy. Or no, I should open Steam. Insist running my ass. I didn't open it yet. You are actively lying to me. Actually, we'll just run it. It should just work. Okay, it seems to be working. How do I go? Which button is that? Oh, I think I got it to move for a second. Did I? No. Oh. Oh, found it. It is LB to go? No, it's not LB to go. I'm not moving. Oh, of course. It's the left stick forward. What why is it set to that by default? That is the absolute worst thing I could have possibly done. Okay, well it works on controller technically. You just move the left stick forward to go forward. I mean forward to go forward. I guess in the mind of someone silly it makes sense. It's fine now. Okay, perfect. It's probably because it's because the lighting was generating. Speaking of which, it looks like I can actually see. Maybe? Let's see. I could fix controls so it's not left stick forward to go forward, but that would require me to put an effort. Yeah, it's still, lighting is still botched. Whatever, that's fine. Press gas to go gas, that's what I'm saying. But gas is just forward, I suppose. Oh, you know what's an even better idea? What if I just actually added a light, like an intelligent person would do? Spotlight. Is that the correct light? I guess we'll see. And we'll put that actually in the correct location, which is like here. Never mind. No, it's not. Put that like here. And then we're going to change it because spotlight is not correct. Change it to point light. Yeah, there we go. Now we're cooking with something. Is it the range in that bad boy? Is it the intensity on that bad boy? Oh yeah. Oh, that's looking terrible, but it'll work. So now we can see. So that is one way. That's not the right way to do it. That you can do. It's just slap a light in there with terrible settings that aren't supposed to do what they're doing, but they're doing it. Or something. I don't even know what I just said. I'm just talking. But now we should be able to see on this loop-de-loop. Yeah, there we go. It may look terrible, but it works. Yeah, so if we go up to, yeah. See, I want to fix that. Because, like, that was not good. Like, why did I just go up the wall there? You know what I mean? Like, do I... like, but how do I even begin to figure out why that's happening, is my question. Let's try something. Let's see. Is it the wheel straightening function? If it is, then that narrows it down a lot. Right? Because if it's due to that, then we need to adjust some things that I don't understand to fix it. If it's not that, then I have no idea. So I suppose we'll see. Okay, so now go up here. Gotta keep in mind that if I touch a wall even a tiny bit, then my car is gonna like explode. So let's see. Okay, I'm not flipping over the wall. Oh, that was interesting. So it might be that funny function that's causing us to flip over the wall like that. Which is scary because that means that I don't know what to do. Looks like the other buttons do work, which is cool. Like this is slow down. That's drift. And what's boost? What is it? What? Are you serious? Why is it that by default? Okay, so boost is pushing the left stick into the controller. Why is it set? I didn't set it to that, did I? There's no way I set it to that. That's so silly. Boost. Left stick press. Who designed the game? Who made this game? Who in the world? What a silly idea. What should boost be? I don't even remember what are things. Do left trigger? Left trigger. And then right trigger should be forward. Right, so we'll do up. We'll do that to up. Left stick. Okay, so WASD is the you did I mean, well, who's to say, really? Who's to say? I mean, who's to say, really? I don't know. Could have been anyone. Could have been anyone. Why is the chat box like that? Why do I not just put it here? This seems like a better idea. I just noticed that now, and it started driving me crazy about 2 seconds ago. Okay, that should be better. Well, I'm going to keep it terrible because I don't feel like fixing it. So I designed this game bad. It's going to stay that way. Okay, but I believe we did determine that it is in fact that function that is making car go funky funky, which is not good. Funky funky, not really fun fun. You know what I mean? Whoops. 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 So the gravity might need a little bit of adjusting. maybe a tiny bit. So that's probably to do with mass. But I don't want to increase the mass because then it's going to move slower in the air. Oh, I don't want to figure it out, but I should figure it out. Is the thing. 99 means it's Cheerios Day, celebrate the world's disliked, hated, and unfunny fairy of ice to ever come out of existence, circa 2000. If I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves me correctly, that is a Toho thing, in which case I do not know what you're talking about, but I know enough to be angry at its existence, I think, is what my brain is telling me. My human instincts are telling me to also be angry, and I'm not sure why. But I suppose I am angry. Or maybe I'm not angry. I'm not sure. The brain works in mysterious ways. Okay. What was I talking about? Right, so we determined that this thing was making cargo womp womp. Which is strange because it shouldn't be doing anything if both wheels are near the wall. Not a real one. Damn. I guessed wrong. It was a 50-50 and whether or not I should agree or disagree. I got it wrong. Okay. So I think the reason why this is happening, uh, is I have no idea. um, hmm. No, it should only be because if it's a back wheel, then we don't do anything. Because I was thinking for a second that maybe it's because it's not correctly detecting if it's only one wheel against the wall. Because what I noticed is it would flip us a lot when we're right up against the wall with both wheels. And that didn't make much sense to me because why would it push me if I have code that tells it not to? Baby fail, Mr. T is not. I did. I tried, but you know, I can't win them all. It be how it be. But we can be certain that the T is in fact not. That we can agree on. So I believe I have some code. Where is the code? Yeah, so we check if wheels against walls dot count is not equal to 1. Which basically means that if we have more than one wheel that's against the wall, like let's say if our car is fully on the wall, then it won't run any code. Which is what we want. And it's why I'm confused as to why we sometimes flip over the wall when we have that function. Or it could be wrong. Why are we making a Hot Wheels game? Because I want to. I think they're fun, and I wanted to make... It all sprung from the fact that I wanted to make a racing game. I wanted to, 1, make a racing game, and 2, make a game that I release on Steam that I'm happy with, that I make like pretty much entirely by myself. And then I thought, well, Hot Wheels is pretty cool, and racing games are pretty cool, and PS1 graphics are neat. So why not create a racing game that's like Hot Wheels with PS1 graphics, I guess? Also, am I crazy, or is it not working anymore? My only 1 out of 385 subscribers is watching right now. That is an excellent question that I will not answer. It's probably because pretty much all of them are subscribed over the course of like the 4 years that I've uploaded things, and none of them have watched any of my streams. That might be it. It's possible that's it. That's it. Have you considered making an RC car game? How would that work exactly? Like, what do you mean exactly by RC car game? Is it just strictly the way the car moves? Like with suspension and all that? Or is it more something else? This is with my limited knowledge on RC cars. Also not familiar with Revolt. Maybe that is extra knowledge that I do not have on this topic. Yeah, that makes sense. Fixed perspective, Doom Nukem Forever. I assume you mean Duke Nukem, the goat. Forever RC car section. That is a hell of a sentence. So Duke Nukem had an RC car section in it? I guess with that, I mean, maybe that kind of absurd game. Games are weird, man. They just did whatever, and I'm here for it. Small cars in real life environments. You race on the floors of the carpet. All the everyday items look huge. Oh, so like Hot Wheels beat that. Hold on, let me pull something up for you. Actually, am I even allowed to show this? Hot Wheels beat that. Oh, soundtrack. Not soundtrack, just the game. So Hot Wheels beat that with a Hot Wheels game for, I think, like 3 different consoles. I think it was with the DS, the Wii, and the PS2. And the first few levels all took place inside a house. But I assume your idea it would not take place on like a physical track is my guess. Because you're saying, yeah, floor slash carpet and all the everyday items look huge. That would be neat. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Honestly, maybe. And like you would just kind of like, it's just kind of like a sandbox and just race around. That'd be neat. Track is ruining immersion. Yeah, because it's like, yeah, because if it's an RC car game that takes place in like a real life, if it's supposed to be emulating like an actual RC car in like an actual room, then you wouldn't need it. You would not need a track, or being a tiny toy car. Either would work. Yeah, yeah. I think for me, I don't think I would make that game simply because I'm not a good 3D modeler, and I wouldn't be able to do that part of it at all. The only 3D model I'm able to make like the track because it's like a tiny, super basic model that I just stretch along a curve. Um, but if I'm making an RC car game in like a real like room with all kinds of props and stuff, then I have to model all that out, and unless I find a free one online, maybe that it could be played in a toy track, maybe that's why. Yeah, I mean, that's why all kinds of different racing games exist. And I don't know if I can't think of a game that's like just like an RC car or even a toy car that's in like a room and it's just like sandbox. That'd be neat. Never a slot car track which took forever to build with your friends, and then after you're done, they had to leave since it's 5 p.m. I used to have slot cars. We had them at like my grandparents, and they were really fun. And I'd spend like hours making like a track. I'd like make my own. I'd like grab like books and boxes and stuff and make like mini ramps. And by ramps, I mean it doesn't actually jump because it wouldn't go back in the slot. But to me, a ramp as a kid was like it would go up and then down. And that was super fun. But I would spend so long making the thing, and then I and it's like, well, now what do I do? I don't know. Making tracks was fun, even if it was a little limited. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, racing games are more broad than the genre tends to show, which I think is interesting. Um, because like a lot of, especially like nowadays, modern racing games, it's like you have like Forza, and you have like, and then what? Right? At least like 10, 15 years ago, racing games used to be a bit more diverse, but even then, like they were still pretty limited in what most racing games were, what they had. Um, they never really got that experimental with it, at least in my experience. But even if they did get experimental, even if there are games out there that are experimental like that at all, then I'm not familiar with them because they probably just didn't get that popular, unfortunately. These games range from Ultra, the real driving simulator, to Daytona USA 2. Like I'm not familiar with that game, but I can already picture like, yeah, because a lot of them go for like really realistic. But then you have like Hot Wheels games, which is just like the physics are funny to say the least, and it's just nonsense. Which is exactly what I'm going for. Like literally what I want. Part of the reason why I have like uh I'm making this in Unity and I'm using like weird physics and stuff is because the plan is I want to like the first level I want to make is a volcano level, and I want to have a section that drops boulders. If you get hit by a boulder, you just get launched. Like I don't want to just like, oh, I'll get hit by a boulder. Oh, I'm stunned for a second. No, I want to fly across half the track. I want to go boom, and just get sent flying. That'd be hilarious. That'd be so funny. That'd be so fun. That'll be great. That's what I'm going for here with this, honestly. It's just something like that. Something like that would be so cool. PS2 ports of Hot Wheels games always had the wackiest physics. Yeah. That's what I liked about them though. Um I liked when it was wacky. Even if it like was stupid or like my car did a thing it wasn't supposed to. It was like it was fun because it wasn't just static. It wasn't just, oh, I press go and if I hit a wall then I stop. It was like, oh, I like hit something and I go flying, or like a car turns over. You know? I don't know. I found that very fun. And that's like, I think that's part of what I want this game's, what is the word I'm looking for? Marketing point to be, is that it's wacky and absurd and it's crazy physics. Because what game is really doing that nowadays? You know what I mean? Are there games out now that really do that? Maybe. I'm not familiar with them. Like Revolt? Let's look this up. So I know what you're talking about. 1989. It's on Steam though. So they ported it. Remote control cars. Oh, so this is what the other guy's talking about. If I can hit. There we go. Okay. Oh, yeah, this absolutely. Like these tracks. Yeah, jumps and stuff. Oh, that was cool. Is that custom tracks? Question mark? That's what I meant by that. Yeah, crazy physics. Hit someone, they launch. Yeah, it's cool. Mario Kart more wacky. Yeah. Is it multiplayer? Because it looked like it might have been multiplayer. Is my guess. Let me go through this again. Stunt. Variety of fun items. I feel like that'd be hard. It'd be hard to make a wacky game like in multiplayer. Well, I guess I never did see it say multiplayer. Maybe I'm just going crazy. I thought it said somewhere. Who's your favorite? Yeah, maybe I think I might have just made that up. I don't know. It's still neat though. That's pretty neat. Release 2022. Are there still updates? I don't remember how to check. I swear there's a way to check last update. Is it here? News? Workshop manager. Yeah, that's awesome. Any game with a workshop, that's immediately like a big W. That increases your game's like, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word? Lifetime? Lifespan? It increases your game's lifespan immensely if you have a community having a workshop. People can make custom stuff. It's so smart every time a game does that. So racing games, when is Aero GPX to get released? That F-Zero X inspired game with the cell shaded graphics. I've never heard of that, but that sounds awesome. Aero GPX. Ooh. Hold on. Whoa. This image right here, that's sick. I don't care what you say. That's sick. This looks great. Let's check it out. Visit the store page. It's in early access. Looks like you can play it right now. Am I mistaken? It's a demo. Oh my, that's so loud. Whoa. Yeah, this looks nuts. That is so fast. Oh my eyes. How do you track that? I'm surprised I never heard of this. This looks nuts. Wow. That's cool. Huh. Very positive. But not many reviews, man. That's cool, though. So your games were always fast. Yeah. I guess I should expect that. Responsive. These are some great example images, too. I've seen too many games where like they have an example image and it's like 2 FPS. Alright. Yeah, I'll have to look at a couple more references. So that's some good inspiration. You only need good code to handle that speed. Ooh, but I also need eyes to track that speed. Never heard of these games because you're hanging out in the wrong circles. That is true. That is correct. that is definitely true. Okay. And once again, I don't remember what I was doing. Oh, right. I was going to test to see if I can figure out more why I'm flipping over the rails. Huh? Can I go forward? Oh, I think it's my controller is connected. So we'll use the controller. So it's like overriding my inputs. So far. Ooh. Whoa. So it seems to happen a lot on the corkscrew. See Laser Warrior is a free browser game that lets you customize the wheel size and suspension. Yeah, stuff like that I'm scared to do, especially in a game where I don't have a lot of knowledge on the physics. Because like especially in a racing game, if you're able to adjust the wheel size and suspension, that changes the way you drive completely. So many cool racing games out there. It'll take even a lifetime to get around all of them. There's more than I thought there was, honestly. I think it's not so much that they don't exist, it's more that they just aren't popularized. Because, like, how many people know of Forza versus, like, basically any other racing game? Which is unfortunate, because damn, there are some cool games out there. For sure, yeah. But it is how it is, right? It's just, that's what got popular. So, yeah. I don't know. Okay. So let's try and think about this. So why would I be flipping over the edge while going over a corkscrew? Let's put our player over there and test a bit more. It's been around since like the late. Oh yeah, they've been around for a while, for sure. That's the wrong way, right? Yeah. So we'll flip it this way. Forza Horizon 5 at launch and it was disgustingly buggy. I played Horizon 5 a little bit, and I didn't find it buggy. I just found it kind of boring, in my opinion. Especially coming off, because I played it after I played, like, Hot Wheels Beat That for the DS. And I was like, man, what I loved about that game was how wacky it was. How fast you could go, how you could launch off ramps, do loop-de-loops, all kinds of crazy stuff. And Forza was like, it's like a real car on like a real track, and it's like a real car. And I was like, oh, I see. It's like a real car. Oh, not totally. Just not really my kind of thing. Is the thing really? That's all it really is. I'm more of a wacky game. They're also closing down Forza Horizon 4 soon, or they did it already because of the expiring car license. Oh, so I assume they we're using the AE86 right now. Is it because they had like cars in the game that were like real cars, and they paid a certain amount of money to have it be able to have those cars in the game for a certain amount of years? And that game was that not a game that they could just patch it out, or what exactly? That's interesting. Why couldn't I not move? That was weird. Oh, because like my control. I keep forgetting that I have a controller plugged in. Just use the controller, you buffoon. Yeah, like that. That should not be happening. Hmm. Or maybe it's the soundtrack. Hmm. It's possible. You license stuff for a certain number of years, and then the license runs out. Then what do you do? Are the people that you're licensing it from just gonna keep allowing you to keep it in your game? Probably not. That's what happened with, I mean, it depends really, actually. Like, there's license censorship, such a sort. Yeah. I also just, I don't know. I like original soundtracks. Well, like, how do I? That's not really the right wording. I like when they get like a band or a set of people or whatever, and they compose music for that game, specifically for that game, because it gives like a unique vibe to the game. It's like you hear it here, you don't hear it anywhere else. It's this soundtrack is this game, and it's like it's distinct and specific to that. But also sometimes then again, I say that, but like then there's like this is such a random tangent. Oh my god, SpongeBob games for the Wii. SpongeBob games for the Wii. Yeah, no, we're talking about this now. Oh yeah. They had a couple. They would use a couple tracks from like the show, and they were great. SpongeBob is fantastic music, so they were awesome. So that denies everything I just said. Maybe it is great. I don't know. I don't know. It's complicated. It's a weird thing. Um. Oh, right. So now we've confirmed that consistently happens on the corkscrew, right? Confirm that this is a consistent thing. If we ride along the wall in a corkscrew, then we fall right off. Or what? Or that happens. Oh man, what a nightmare! Wow, like that's bad. So now let's start to try and narrow this down. Unless your auto model is trying to copy Ridge Racer Type 4 soundtrack. Like when you say copy, do you mean like copy? Because I feel a lot of games were inspired by Ridge Racer soundtracks. But you probably mean like copying, because that's a whole bunch of that's a whole bunch of other stuff. Because I'm all for inspiration. I'm all for like getting like a similar vibe and like just doing something similar, but putting your own little twist on it. Even using similar sound fonts. Like fun fact, Undertale, the sound fonts in that, the sounds that are used are from all kinds of different existing stuff. All kinds of, I think, NES, SNES games, but also those what is it? The sounds used in those that Toby took from those games were also taken from somewhere else. Is the thing, and that's where it gets like legally ambiguous. like the sounds, like some of the sounds in the Undertale soundtrack. You can look this up just to be sure, because I could be kind of wrong about this, or kind of right. I'm pretty sure I'm right though. Some of the sounds used in the soundtrack are literally from other games, like NES and SNES, like Nintendo games, like actual Nintendo games. You can find the exact sounds in those games, but the reason why he was able to do this is those sounds that he took from those games are also taken from other people back in a time where it didn't matter as much, or people didn't care as much because of, you know, sampling, and the like. NES, SNES games would sample all kinds of stuff, even if it was something you're probably not supposed to sample. They just did it because why not? What are people going to do about it? Who cares, right? So if you sample those, you're probably good because they stole it from somewhere else. And if they're gonna sue me for taking that sound, and they also gotta sue Nintendo, and I bet they're not gonna do that. But yeah, realistically, it's safer to just make everything yourself, just to not steal anything. Because how can you get sued if you never steal anything? Haha. Decided I want you to add a Tesla in game, or the Cybertruck. I could add a Cybertruck. Like, not the Cybertruck, because of copyright, obviously, but something that's, like, very obviously parodying it. Yeah, I can note that down. We could do that. Sans is Patrick. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's... It's definitely a statement, SpongeBob. I can't... How do I do a Patrick impression? I haven't done it in so long. I gotta think. Oh, I haven't done it in years. How does he talk? I haven't done it in years. This is Patrick. Sans is Patrick? Oh, I can't do it. I don't remember. He does the Dodge Diora. What, the Diora 2 from Hot Wheels? Is it a Dodge car? Is that what the Diora 2 is from? Hot Wheels Diora 2. Because this is what I'm thinking of. Actually, what am I saying? Why would it be a Dodge car as if this is a real vehicle? What am I talking about? Dodge Diora. What the hell is... Wait, is it? This is a real vehicle? What? People drove in this? Are they insane? Wow, what a different time. This is something. That's a statement right there. Huh. 2022 Dodge Diora. What? They also made the Diora 2 a real car. What? Diora 2. No. What? What? Canonically, Dodge manufactures Diora 2. That's nuts. It's called having taste. Damn. You know what? You know what? If I pull up to work in a Diora 2, honestly, that goes hard. Wow. Oh, it's real. Wow. That's crazy. What's funny about this, actually, if I go back into this project, but this, I'll be real, I'll be totally honest. This car wasn't always empty, because I had a placeholder at one point. And when I say placeholder, I mean, let's go to models and then cars and then Diora 2. Yeah, this is in the project. I'll be real. The Diora 2 was already in the project. I'll be entirely honest. It was already in there, but I removed it because it's a placeholder, and I am legally not allowed to ship this game with that in the project. They made a bunch of Hot Wheels, a real car, and then was a twin mill. You know what else I have in here? Let's go to models, and let's go to cars, and let's go to twin mill. Yeah, yeah. It was a cube, wasn't it? It was never a cube, man. It was the Dior 2 in the twin mill from Hot Wheels World Race. I'll be real. I'll be totally honest. I don't even know if I'm allowed to show that. The door was real. It was there all along. It was. I just temporarily disabled it for this stream because I don't think I'm allowed to show that. But there you go. That's what it was. Oh man, that's crazy though. They made the twin mill too. Dude, who owns this? Who drives this? Uh, Wheels twin mill, real car. Oh, of course. It's got to be green too. It's got to be green. That's nuts. Who owns this? And why are there so many of them? What is that? Speed racer esque twin mill? That's crazy. Should have Dior without the paint job. Many big games get caught for much to assets like that. Yeah, yeah. Especially as placeholders. Placeholders are funny. Oh, this is the real. I was gonna say real twin mill that I had. I had the model. This is the one that I had right here. My twin mill. My copy of the twin mill. Maybe it was this one. I don't know. It was one of those. Except it was a toy car, not a real car. So that's what I mean. Oh, sorry. I'll stop exposing you. My bad. My bad. I just it's so interesting. Stop exposing you like that. My bad. All right. What was I doing? This is let's get sidetracked to the stream. I cannot focus on one thing for more than 2 seconds. Right. Okay. I was gonna remove this and see if I still flip off of the quirks. My guess is that I do. But maybe that is what's breaking it. Don't stop. I have to stop. I have to. We have to. We're making a game here. We have to actually make the video game. We have to make progress today. I've made so little progress. No, we can't keep getting sidetracked. We can't. I got a video game. Gotta make a racing game here. Whoops. Let's just run into nothing. Interesting. Okay. So something is going really wrong with the way the car controls. Someone's gonna make a racing game here. Maybe. Maybe we'll make a racing game at some point. Maybe. Maybe it'll happen. Okay, so it's nothing to do with this function. This wheel straight force. It's nothing to do with that at all. So the question is, yes, the question is what? Let's remove. No, the downforce should be fine. Downforce should be totally fine. Wouldn't be air resistance, would it? No, it shouldn't be. Is it just the way that the car wheels work? So I have no idea. God, I do not know how this stuff works. Instrument position. Is this just like a base unity function? No, it's not. Oh my god. I don't know how this works. I don't know what this means. um, hmm. What if we removed... I'm just curious. This is definitely not going to fix anything. But what if we removed... What if we remove the suspension function? What happens if we do that? I'm curious. This is a question that we really need the answer to. This is very important. Ah, I see. We cannot drive the car. That does make it difficult to drive the car if we cannot drive the car. I suppose that makes sense. Let's remove these things and see what happens. Gotta test it all. I'm tired. I don't know why I'm so tired. Why am I bouncing off the floor? What did I even remove again? Oh yeah, downforce and air resistance. Yeah, it's still a little confused, to say the least. Just a little confused. So that makes me wonder, is it even the code that does this, or is it strictly the physics of the engine? That's what I'm thinking. How long are you planning to stream today? That's a good question. So I've already been streaming for 2 hours and 46 minutes. I was gonna take a break at some point to eat because I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in... How long have I not eaten since? So I ate at like 6 or 7. And it's been... Math, 9 hours since then? No, that doesn't make sense. 19, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 hours. It's been 8 hours since the last eat. So I should probably eat. What's going on instead? Oh, we're coding. We're trying to code, or potentially figure out what's wrong with the some funky stuff with this car. I'm trying to make a racing game. That's what's going on, basically. And I'm trying to figure out why my car just decides to flip over the side of the track sometimes. Because preferably it shouldn't be doing that. No, there's any number. So if I do this, right, sometimes it either gets caught or it just flips over. And I'm trying to figure out why that's happening. I still can't believe I was going to do this. I was going to go into this stream just making the first map, not coding at all. But here we are. I think it's more a physics thing than it is a programming thing, though. I think my programming for this is actually fine. Yeah, that. See that right there. I'm trying to figure out why that's happening. So I'm thinking we mess some stuff until we figure it out. So unfortunately, I don't think this is a thing that I can really just put some debug.logs and figure out why it's happening. I can set a physic material to the track, is I think a good starting point. Make sure. Okay, so that's all correct. Yo, welcome. Welcome to the stream. We are fixing bugs. Hopefully. Ideally. Let's see if that changes things. I have a physics material set up to give the track itself certain properties. I'm wondering if we adjust the values on that, that might help make it so that we don't bounce around. Is what I'm hoping for. So let's see. Oh. So immediately I'm noticing we are driving differently. But are we flipping over the side of the track? The answer is yes. Yes, we absolutely are. Wow. Doesn't get it. I'll eat eventually. I'll eat at some point. Bounce combine. What if I disable this sphere collider on top of the car? What if I just disable it? What happens then? What happens then? Let's just try it. Just mess around with things. Great Dare Night, you as well. Thank you for tuning in. Let's see. I don't know what to say when the sphere collider changed. I'm not sure what it's for, really. Okay. Gotcha. So sphere collider doesn't change anything. This didn't really change anything, I don't think. I changed it back to average. Learning to use ChatGPT. That's a good question. How do I use this? Hey, ChatGPT, why is my Unity car flipping over the side of the track when I drive against it? ChatGPT is like drugs, winners don't take drugs. Sounds like you're dealing with a physics issue. Oh my god, this is so much stuff. Okay, let's see if any of this is helpful. Center mass. Car might be too high. Okay, I lowered it, so that's not it. Yeah, I already did that. Colliders, cars colliders, set up correctly. Colliders are too large or not aligned properly, cause unexpected behavior. I don't use a mesh collider. I use a box. If you're using a wheel collider, I'm not. Friction, leading to high friction values in the tires of track that cause the car to grip too much. That doesn't make any sense, but thanks. Reasonable excessive force when driving against the track. This ability might want to check high forces being applied and should have an natural range. Torque and forces are reasonable. That's not a terrible suggestion. In fact, that might actually make sense, because if we're against the wall and we are turning into the wall, applying force on the car towards the wall. Interesting. Because I think if I just go up against the wall and I don't turn against the wall, then it doesn't happen. I lied. Okay. That has absolutely nothing to do with anything, actually. Okay. Mass and inertia. What's inertia? Rigid body, did it say? Oops. The car's a rigid body. Okay, well that's generated on runtime. Let's check. Inertia? I've never messed with that value. I didn't know that was a thing. Let's see. What is inertia? Ah, I see. It doesn't exist. Perfect. Whoa! Okay, I found it. Inertia tensor. I have to swallow a Hot Wheel by mistake. Oh, I'll try. Okay, so inertia is something. So it automatically sets it. Interesting. That's a value that I could try and mess with. What is it setting it to by default? Let's check. Because I've never seen this value before. So more likely swallowing a Hot Wheel or a Wii. A swallow? What? Wait. Let me process this question. Okay, let me read this again. What's more likely, swallowing a Hot Wheels or a Wii? It'd be pretty hard to swallow an entire Wii, no? That sounds a little, that does sound kind of difficult. So I'm probably gonna have to go with the former on that one. Because I don't know how. My brain is shutting down. Okay. Debug.log. Uh, rigid body. Inertia? Is that a thing? Inertia tensor. Sure, let's debug that. What does that give us? Because if this is a value that I can mess with and it actually affects things, then it could be helpful. The latter is actually more likely. Okay. Huh? Is this proof? Is this does is have proof? Does proof is have? Because methinks thou not have proof. Okay, so we have values here, whatever that means. That's great. So by default, it is in fact not 111 for this tensor thing. Maybe I should look at what tensor even is. Unity, rigid body. What is tensor? That's how much force or torque is required to make a rigid body move. Oh, that's important. That is quite important, actually. Ask Scott. What is Scott? Scott Cawthon? He makes terrible games. Why would I ask him? He doesn't know what a rigid body is. He doesn't know what a video game is. I'm sorry to all you FNAFs out there. I apologize. I don't apologize, actually. On behalf of the entire internet that knows what a good video game is, I do not apologize. Anyways, so let's set this value. Public. Is it a vector 3? I guess it's a vector 3. Vector 3. Tensor thingy. Not that Scott? Oh, my bad. Which Scott? You gotta be more specific. I don't know which Scott. I know a couple different Scotts. So we're gonna set, if we can even set this, which hopefully we can, equals inertia thing. Equals equals what? Tensor thing. Yep, that's the one. Okay. Now let's remove this because we do not need this anymore. Or this empty line. Do not need that. Is ChatGPT Scott? Are you Scott? Nope, I'm not. Okay, well then what do you mean? Is this because ChatGPT isn't Scott, then who's Scott? Now I don't understand. You're confusing me here. Oh, I did not set the tensor thing. It also just gonna set it to 0. That's probably fine. Mr. Wozniak. Who? Oh. That's his real name? I guess it makes sense. Hey, ChatGPT, can you ask Scott the Woz something for me? Can't directly. Oh, yeah, we're screwed. We can't contact him. There's nothing we can do. What with a question you might want to ask him if you get the chance? Well, we already asked that, so that's not going to help. Okay. Let's see. So we set tensor thingy to 0, 0, 0. And that actually worked, I'm assuming? Yes, it did. Cool. Okay. So let's set it to, I don't know, something. Actually, let's look it up. Let's look it up. What are common tensor values? All right, thanks. I'm going to copy paste 1, 2, 3. Great. Thanks. Yep. And this will definitely work. Hey y'all, Scott here. Ooh, perfect. Yep, this is what I wanted. I wanted the car to just go flying. Thank you, ChatGPT. Your answer was very helpful. Except I don't think I even asked the right thing. Oh wait, there's so many things. What the hell? Okay. Unity. Um Unity, tensor, inertia, tensor, common values. What? Uh, 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 oh, there we go. Okay, maybe he was cooking. Oh, never mind. I can't put it in. Damn. Come on, ChatGPT. I can't even use this value. Unbelievable. Okay, we're just gonna set it to like 13010 because I don't know. I'm just feeling it. The problem is I forgot to check what the default value actually was, so I don't know where to go from here. Okay. Okay, we're driving. Oops. 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 All right. Oops. You know, I have a feeling that maybe this is the wrong thing to be adjusting. maybe we're dealing with a very different problem here. Maybe the problem we're dealing with is actually not even remotely this at all. Let's see. Car settings, car 1. Is there anything else we can adjust here that could help? So we have some spring values, which I don't think would help. Maybe some box collider settings? Maybe. I don't know. Because I don't even know exactly what we're dealing with here. Why exactly is this happening? Let's go to the player. Let's take a look at this box collider. Let's see what values we got. Other than physics material, well, I guess there's not really much we can edit. It's more rigid body stuff. Yeah, it's more rigid body stuff for sure. Let's lower the center of mass even more and see what happens. Wow. Yep. Works great. Perfect. It drives perfectly. Yep, yep, there you go. That's the one. Man, this is something. This is definitely something. Let's undo this and undo this, and let's see what the default values are just so I can set them. Because this might be something I potentially want to adjust later anyways, even if this isn't the solution to this specific problem. You know what I think I'll do actually? We'll go for a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna take a break and eat something because I'm hungry. And then when we come back, I think we'll be done for coding for today, and I'll stream for a bit working on the map. Because I wanted to do that. That was something I wanted to do. So that's what I think I'll do. I really wonder why that happens. Like the mesh can't be. It isn't jagged, is it? I don't think so. Is it? You know what? That's something I never really thought about. What if I round out the mesh? Because it's technically not rounded out. See, why didn't I think of that earlier? Because that's a excellent idea. Let me open Blender. Or not. I didn't. Oh, there we go. Let's open that bad boy. Get rid of this stuff. Let's open recent. Actually, it doesn't even matter if I remove that stuff because I'm opening a different blend file anyways. Okay, let's disable the landscapes. And what I want to do is, so we have this same track here. I think I actually reduced the size of it, so it might work a little funny. But what I wanted to do, because if you look closely, it's not actually smooth really. So maybe if I smooth it out, that might help. Hello, hello, welcome to the chat. We are, or the stream, the chat, the stream. Stream, that's correct, I think. Yeah. Let's see if I can actually do this. Oh, I'm so not amazing with this. Whoa! That's, I guess that's smooth. Oh. Weird. The stream. Yeah, that's the one. Interesting. Okay. So this is... It is smooth. Well, let's try this. Let's see what happens. Let's just export. That's the... Yeah. We'll export this and see what happens. How's it going so far? Not too bad. We made a little bit of progress. There's still some bugs I'm trying to iron out. So initially the problem was I was trying to make it so that when my car is going up against the edge of the track at like an angle, I was trying to make it so it smooths out and then drives straight instead of just stopping and running into the wall. What I mean by that is, so, oh shoot, right, I changed the track, so I have to adjust the size. Is that correct? Let's see. Sorry, I will give an explanation in just a second. I'm just trying to re-import this real quick. Because I adjusted the size in Blender. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, and then just move the player down here. Good enough for now. Just so I can quickly demonstrate what I'm talking about. So, the stream started with me trying to fix an existing mechanic that wasn't entirely working, which was beforehand when you would drive up to a wall on an angle, what would happen is I would just hit it and bounce off and like stop basically. But what I wanted was that when I go up against a something on an angle, it should like automatically kind of turn back over and keep going straight, right? So if I go up against like a turn here, then it should do that. See what I mean? Instead of, because beforehand, what happened is if I set this back to 0, what would happen before is if I go on an angle, I would just hit it and just stop, which is annoying because if I'm trying to race, I'm like focusing and trying to move right, and I accidentally hit the wall a little bit off, then my car stops, right? But I like it when your car adjusts a little bit. If you're only kind of bumping up against it, right? Like if I'm hitting it on a 90-degree angle, then yeah, I'm gonna stop. But if I'm hitting it on, let's say, like an angle like this, right? Then ideally it would straighten out and keep going. You wouldn't get like punished super hard for that. So what I did was we applied force to the wheels. The wheels are within a certain distance from the wall. This looks really cool. Never seen a game being built before. Thank you. Thank you. It's game design is an interesting thing, especially since there's so many games, but there's not. I feel like there's not enough people that show how they make games. I think it's kind of sad. Because I think it's really cool. The process of making a video game. I didn't even think there was going to be anyone tuning in today, honestly. I thought this was going to be an empty stream for like 5 minutes straight, but apparently people are interested in this kind of thing. Apparently it is in fact neat, which I think is pretty cool. People think it's neat. So yeah, so we got that fixed, and our car now automatically turns a bit when we go up against a wall. I still need to tweak some things, but the general mechanic is down, which is good. Because it's especially prevalent, like, if I'm going up, like, let's say, the loop-de-loop ahead. If I'm going up a loop-de-loop and it's, like, you know, shifting my car a bit and I accidentally tap the wall a bit, if I tap the wall at even just a little bit of an angle, I'm falling off that loop-de-loop. I'm just losing I'm losing my placement entirely. But if my car is shifted a bit to where it's actually against the wall, instead of just smacking into it, it's a lot more forgiving. Making a racing game was more cool than that. A tank game. Okay, well, no, racing games are pretty, I mean, oh, but tank games are pretty cool. You're kind of right, actually. Never mind. You got me there. I don't know. Both are cool. Both are cool. Games are awesome. Okay. What was I even doing? Oh, right. I noticed that is the track scaled correctly? Because I feel like it's different than it was before. Am I crazy? Maybe it was like 9. Or was it one of the values that was different? Oh, no, this is correct. Okay. 105, because I think that's the blender values, right? Let's check. 1. Oh, huh. Interesting. Oh well, it's fine. So let's see. What was I even going to test? Oh my god, I get sidetracked so easily. This is driving me nuts. I changed something. I swear I did. Right? Did I? Maybe I did. But yeah, so like as we're going along, right? It's kind of, oh right, I smoothed the track out to see if it would help with some of the issues we've been having. No, I still bounce off the walls like that sometimes. That's strange. And make it so the racers can demolish each other, just strictly racing. Yes and no. There's gonna be a lot of stage hazards. I don't think I'm gonna add power-ups or anything like that distinctly. Just partially because that complicates things a lot. But mostly because there's going to be lots of stage hazards. Like the first track that I'm making right now, it's going to eventually be a volcano level. So like I'm probably gonna add like a little hill here that you're driving around, and then over here you're gonna be driving through a mountain. And then up ahead, I'm probably gonna add. I was thinking of adding a section where there's like boulders falling from a mountain above that land on the track and you get hit by when it gets sent flying. It's gonna be like lava, stuff like that, right? So it's more gonna be stage related demolishing than other player related demolishing. But something that I do want is collision between cars, right? So the CPs that you're playing against can like, you know, bump into you, or you could bump into them and then bump them into a stage hazard or something, you know what I mean? So it's like technically you aren't directly demolishing them, but you are causing their demise through the method of stage hazards. Like flat out, maybe. You were mentioning so many racing games that I'm not familiar with, but maybe it could be like that. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm gonna disable the vertex jitter on this just so I can take a closer look. Because I feel like this is smoothed out. I feel like we shouldn't be bouncing off of it in the way that we are. I played Flat Out, but I have played another game that I can't remember where it was in, and it was really fun. Yeah, yeah, it's super fun to like feel like you're actively affecting what's going on around you rather than just you get in and press go until you go across the finish line and then that's about it. You know what I mean? Especially, yeah, like environment games with the games with environments and stuff. The game is a joke. It was a game. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, this is mostly inspired by like there's some Hot Wheels games I played that this is inspired by. Um that's mostly yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna undo this smooth. I think what's happening, I think what I might have to do, so what I'm gonna try, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna create a duplicate of this. We're going to do that. What I want to do is I want to compile this down to a single mesh and then smooth it. Because I think it's considering the mesh edges maybe as like, I don't know. We'll have to see. Uh-oh. What do I do about spammers? How do I deal with that? How do I sign into chat? I just sign into action cannot be performed inside Streamlabs desktop. What? What? How do I do things in Streamlabs? How do I mute this person? How does this work? I'm just gonna hope that it fixes itself. I don't know how to fix that. Okay. I should probably figure that out at some other time. Anyways, how do I convert this to just a mesh? Apply? Probably not. Go to spamming, it's over. Yeah, because the mesh is actually like this, but it's being put over a path. Oh, how do I do this? There's some way to do this. I just don't know how to use Blender. Q subscription. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. How in the world do I... Is it in here, maybe? Or do I even need to apply it? That's what I'm wondering. Because I assume when I'm... Because I noticed when I go to object and then I did the shade smooth, right? You can see the edges here. So it's smoothing the individual object, not smoothing the whole mesh as one object, if that makes sense. So I'm trying to figure out how to do the latter, where I shade smooth the whole thing as one object. I need to somehow apply these transforms, I think. Apply. Oh, apply. Oh, did that do it? Am I a genius? Nope. The answer is no. Okay. Um. Hmm. Let's take a look at this. Hmm. Um. Oh, I don't know how this program works. I wish I did. Uh, hmm. Convert mesh? No. That wouldn't make any sense. So if what happens if I... Yeah, no, it's still doing that. Unless this is okay. I'll try exporting it, see what happens. Exporting it. We'll see how it looks. Funny for game is this X-ray vision wireframe. Oh god, what did I do? Oh god. Oh no. Oh, I see. Okay, so is this any different at all, is the question. Is this even a tiny bit different? One way to know. That's to try it. Did I have a ground? Put that tag. Okay. God, it'd be so hard to play if it was all wireframe. I was hoping they'd catch you again live again. Stay safe. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you tuning in. I don't know how often I'll be doing this, but I'll definitely be doing this again on days that I'm not working. Yeah, it's still doing the same thing, so that did not quite help. I don't know what to do about that, or what's causing it, really. Which is the problem. If it's something if I know what's happening, then I can just fix it, but yeah, I'm not sure. I guess I'll probably, if I'm just sitting here bashing my head against the wall, though, then I feel like I should just figure that out another time. Maybe, probably later. Something we can do right now, though, is continue working on this track. That's something we can do. So I was thinking we start putting in some landscape stuff. I start figuring that out. That seems like a good idea. So if I go to Shift A, and we'll go to Mesh, Landscape, then we've got a landscape all the way up there for some reason. So we're just gonna move it over here. We're gonna hit N, or not N, L. L? What is it? No, why is it? Ah, shoot. I use move, so now oh. See, I hate this stupid add-on because it has a really intelligent and really useful and really awesome way of using it, in that the window that appears that allows you to edit it, once it disappears, you cannot open it again ever unless you press a specific key that brings it back up, but only if that was the last action that you took. It's an unbelievably weird system, and apparently it's very common in Blender tools. So, like, see this window here that allows me to adjust things for this landscape that I created? If I do that, it's gone, and I can never edit this again, unless I use the worse version on the right side here, which has less features. Or if I press L, then it brings it back up sometimes. Oh, here we go. Got it. Oh, no, it's gone. L again. Here we go. Got it. Okay. Yeah, really silly. Really, really, really silly. But yeah, like I can adjust things like set this to 20, set this to 20. Oh, and it's gone again. All right, gotta press L. There we go, it's back. Okay. The main thing that I like about this that's cool, though, is that on top of all the customizable settings you can do to, okay, it's gone. On top of all the all right, on top of all the customization things, you can set presets. And there's a whole bunch of presets. Okay, it's gone. And it also made my thing smaller. That's good. Okay. So we can see this here, right? We have this preset, flat stones. That's great. We got a cliff. We got cauliflower hills. We got lakes. We got more lakes. Planet noise. It's super cool, and you can just use these. So that's what we're gonna do. Uh, so first of all, let's get a volcano, right? And then we're going to apply the volcano material landscape eroder, and we're gonna make this larger. Let's set the scale to like 15 by 15 by 15. Then we're just gonna put this to the side. It's like a prop, basically. Um, and let's just make a base like floor for everything to sit on. So we'll make another landscape or another terrain thing. Shift A. Just for everything on the map to sit on, basically. So let's go find the thing we just made. Right here. Let's find a floor that we like. Flat stones looks pretty nice. I think that would be cool if we had landscape eroder on that. Yeah, look at that. It's kind of magma-y though. But I think that works. I think that's okay. Because it is a volcano level. So if you have a scale for this, like 100. If we make it super big though, we notice that, I mean, it is big and it covers our map, but it doesn't look right, you know? It doesn't look quite correct. So we need to adjust a couple things. Mainly we need to adjust the, instead of using scale to just make it big, we're going to adjust the mesh size. Hit regenerate. Make it a bit smaller. Mesh height, we're going to also set to 50. Generate that. Set that a bit smaller. 20, we'll try that. It doesn't really look like it anymore, though. It doesn't look like it at all, actually, anymore. It's strange. Is it because we made it so big? Mess around a bit more. It is because we made it so big. Interesting. Okay. Because I basically want to make this, but just make it large, you know? Just oh, that's very large. So this 20 and size X20. I feel like I already did this, but I'm gonna do it again. I don't remember what it looked like. Set that to 20. Yeah, like this isn't what we want at all. Hmm. Maybe we adjust some values. Because I basically want what we just had, except on a larger scale. We fall off the tracker, crash heavily, making an explosion sound effects, please. That'd be funny. I mean, honestly, the idea of because most of the tracks are going to be very like intense. What is it? What's the word I'm looking for? Uh, there's a word. Like there's gonna be like lava and like there's gonna be like acid and stuff like that. So you fall into it, your car is gonna get obliterated. So I am probably gonna have something like that. Yeah, like there are gonna be explosions. There's gonna be fire. There's gonna be burning. There's gonna be chaos. Let's set this higher. Trying to figure out what makes it that shape and why, even though I'm changing things, it's not doing anything. Oh, because that's the max value. I guess that doesn't look terrible, just by default, honestly. And then what we can do is we'll adjust it a little bit more. We'll create a bigger mesh size, maybe like reduce the size to like 1 by 1 by 1. Like that, yeah. Give it some texture, you know? Move it in here. I guess it's gotta be bigger than that, honestly. 50 by 150. Height to 10. Make that volcano-y. We'll have that for now. We'll have that for now. We'll probably make it prettier later, but we'll keep that for now, just so we have a ground layer. But what I wanted to also do is I wanted to make a layer of lava. So if we do a water plane, we'll see where this generates exactly. Whoa. Can I adjust the water at all? We'll remove it. Well, I'm gonna add lava after, actually, probably. Like where it sinks down, right? There'll be like a layer of lava in there. So I can just add that as like a plane in Unity itself. Okay, cool. But yeah, what we can do, right, is we can like overlay this, right, like that. So now you have a mountain in the ground. And I'm basically just going to do a whole lot of this, pretty much. And that's how we're going to create this environment. We're going to have a lot of hills and volcanoes and whatnot, right? And like this, ideally, my thought was I'm going to create a, you know, like a big mountain over here, right? So just like 30 by 30 by 30. Or we'll just adjust the wrong one, apparently. 30. 30 by 30. And I was either thinking it goes over the volcano or it goes through. And how we would do that is we would create like a mesh hole through it. And I think through would be cooler. So we'll actually change this to something even bigger, like 50 by 50 by 50. We'll put it like, I don't know, here, probably. Right, so you'd go, so you'd drive basically like through the mountain. Now, how we would do that is ideally, I don't remember the exact way to do this, but like, let's say if I make a, yeah, through would be cool. That's what I thought too. I'll probably have both. I'll probably have a section that goes through and a section later that goes like over a volcano and like spews lava up. So I'll probably do both, but this initial one I want to be through because that'd be just so cool. And how we're gonna do that, is we are going to first create a hole for it to go in and out of, and then we're going to create basically like a, what is it? A, you know, a thing, a tunnel. That's it, a tunnel that you're falling through. But I can probably do both in one. So what I need to do is I need to somehow figure out how to have similar noise parameters for this, but for like a, I'm thinking like a tube. If I apply them on a tube, then I can make it like funky, you know? Does that make sense? That probably makes sense. Why is there still a water landscape? Get that out of here. Okay. Move this a little bit so it's not like overlapping too much. And the nice thing about this is the fact that you might be looking at this and thinking this looks kind of ugly, like there's clipping and stuff like that. In game, dude, you're not gonna be able to tell. Honestly, like actually, let me check right now. Let's check right now. Let's export this to track, and let's take a look at what it looks like in game. Okay, well, it's not gonna have any materials because I don't know why actually. So that's good. That's a good start. I also don't see the track, which is good. Oh, that's because I have it disabled. Here we go. Okay, so why does it not have anything on it? Oh, not the shader. Just like the material. I think I need to extract it, maybe? Is that okay? Hold on. Models. Where's tracks? Track 1. Materials. Extract materials. Huh. Interesting. Either way, let's just put a color on this, and then just that. Make it like a deeper red or something. Right. My point is that even if like meshes overlay and stuff, like the graphics are going to completely nullify any of that. You're not going to be able to tell what's overlapping anywhere. Which is part of what I wanted to do like this because, well, because of exactly that. If there's any like small errors or whatever in my very bad modeling and designing, then you're not going to really be able to tell in game. Hopefully. Okay, anyways. I need to look up something because I don't know how to do this. Blender, how to apply noise modifiers to a object, to a mesh should be correct. Oh wait, is it literally just, hold on. Let's create a mesh object, or no, Shift A. Nope, Shift A. Shift A. There we go. Shift A. Mesh. Create a cylinder. Where did that go? That went somewhere. There we go. Let's grab that. Move it somewhere I can see it. Okay. Now is it in here? A modifier? I guess that would make sense. Noise. Maybe not. Because I want to have something similar to this, but on any mesh. You know what I mean? It displays and subsurface. Oh, interesting. And displays. What's happening here? Subdivision. That doesn't seem correct. Oh, that looks cool though. Oh, hold on. Hold. We're getting somewhere. Like even this already, right? What we can do with this, right off the bat, right? If we turn this, scale it up. I think it's, is it E, R? No, I don't. Let's go to scale. Right, scale this up, move this. And what we're going to do is we're going to remove off of this volcano according to what is overlapping on here, right? Is how we're going to create like the hole in the mountain, is what I'm thinking. That's like my thought process. And actually, let me scale this. Hold on. Scale. Nope. Nope. There we go. I can probably do this. I can probably make it follow the NURBS path as well. Actually, yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So we'll go to this cube, modifiers. I think we can. I don't know if we can copy modifier. Let's take a screenshot of it. Honestly, screenshot. I'll copy the values over. Add modifier array. Fixed count. 300, I guess. 100. Yep. Then we add a curve modifier. So we're gonna make it follow the same curve as the track. Whoa. That's one way to do it. Okay, so that didn't do what it was supposed to do, but it looks cool. Okay. So why exactly is that happening, actually? Oh my goodness, look at this thing. Okay. I should probably... Maybe it's because I need to put it back to... what is happening? Okay. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. That's better. Okay. And then... rotate, nope. Oh, hold on. Almost there. Almost there. I think I need to rotate it and then maybe change. Okay, hold on. Let's disable the curve temporarily. Like that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure the array is working properly. So we're going to turn it 90 degrees like that. Okay. And then we're going to go to array. And change the right one, which is Z. Great. That's not really... Hold on. Constant offset, maybe? Negative... Oh. There we go. So now it's like a tube. Cool. And then, lastly, we re-enable the curve. And there we go. So that's already looking a lot better. So what I'm thinking, right? Hopefully this just lines up in a way that's convenient. And ideally, what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to try and figure out how to remove parts of this mesh into like from what this space is taking up. So let's see how to do that. Because I don't remember under how to remove space in one mesh from another mesh. Part of a mesh using another mesh. Boolean. Add it on the large mesh and set the type to difference, then set the smaller one. That makes sense. Okay. Add modifier Boolean. difference, object, is it cube? Cylinder. Oh, duh. Whoa. Interesting. Okay, so now what happens if I set the visibility of cylinder off? Whoa. Hold on, what is happening here? There you go, and good luck in progress. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for tuning in for a surprisingly long time, honestly. I appreciate it, really. Oh, I think I know. Maybe I know what's happening here. Maybe I do. Or maybe I don't. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna keep working on this. I'll probably take a break. I'm hungry. Thank you for tuning in. Hmm. Oh, I know what's happening. Shoot. Maybe I don't know what's happening. If I apply. No. Uh. Uh. hmm. You know what I'm gonna do actually? I'm gonna go to this cylinder. I'm gonna go to edit mode. I'm gonna remove the front and back so that you can see through this thing. So we're gonna go to face, go bam, and bam, and then dissolve faces. Is that it? Nope. Delete faces. Yeah, that's it. So now if we go back to object mode. Whoa. Disable. What in the world? Oh my god, this landscape. It's Boolean difference. Oh, maybe oh. What if I move, oops. What if I move the Boolean up? So it does it first. Never mind. It's just adding to it. Or not. Where did it go? What? Uh-oh. Where did it go? Oh, the cylinder is invisible. Or no, that doesn't make any sense. Cylinder. Hmm. Yeah, because it's definitely not actually removing this. This looks cool though. Like this is perfect, right? If we can just get this Boolean to work, then we're pretty much set. I'm just trying to figure out how to get the Boolean to work. That's the thing. Because fast makes it not work. Exact was working, but now it's not working. Hmm. Blender. How to convert landscape and landscape to regular mesh. Mm, maybe not. Maybe I just simply don't know what I'm doing. But this is correct, right? The whole, like, Boolean thing? Add it on the large mesh and select the type to difference and set the smaller mesh as its target. Hmm. Maybe it's because of the array? Maybe? No, maybe not. Why does it have a landscape on it? Whoops, and Blender closed. Alright, it didn't like that. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take a break. Because I'm hungry. I'm quite hungry. So we're gonna send this. Should be right back. And yeah, I will be right back. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna stream after. Probably not for very much longer. I'm getting kind of tired, and progress has been pretty good, so I'm pretty happy with this stream. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, be right back. Hello, hello. We're so back. We are so back. Alright. Let's get this let's do the let's get do the thing. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep, the thing. Okay. Oh right, I had Blender open. That's what I was doing. Let's get back into that. Open recent. Do. Okay. What? Did I not save? How long ago did I save? Really? Guess I gotta redo that cylinder. Are you serious? Okay. Damn, that sucks. Okay. But we can do it again, I guess. It's not to the end of the world. Do mesh, and we'll do cylinder. That to 0, 0, 0. And I'll add a modifier of array, modifier of curve. Set that to curve along NURBS path. Set the array to, I don't know, 300. Do 1, 0, and then rotate it 90 like that. Wow, it almost looks like I know what I'm doing. Almost. So now that should do that. Oh, right. We still need to go to edit mode. Whoops, not sculpt mode, edit mode. And remove faces. Delete faces. There we go. Now we can see through the thing. So if we go back to object mode. Actually, I think if I... Oh, maybe not. Never mind. It's fine. Leave it as is. We'll convert it to a mesh and remove the whatever's later. That's fine. Okay. What I wanted to do was set up this boolean and actually make it work like a boolean should work. So we're gonna boolean. Set that to cylinder. And see if it actually works this time, which it looks like it won't. So that's great. That's awesome. That's exactly what I wanted, actually. So how do I make this work is the question. I don't know. Boolean difference. Combine meshes in a subtractive way. Yeah, that should be correct. Maybe it just doesn't work with an array, perhaps? Let's look that up. Blender Boolean doesn't work with arrayed mesh. Ha. Yeah. Determined by its normals. Uh. Uh. Boolean cut. Set Boolean to simple. Maybe that will work. Set Boolean. Uh. Uh. Object. Yep, cylinder. Uh. Huh. Oh, and it crashed. Sick. That's what I wanted. Yep, that's the one. Make sure scale is applied. Point is simple. Did I even save it? Nope. Time to redo all of that again. I love Blender. Cylinder. 000. Modifier, add a array, add a curve. Fixed count 300. 1, 0, 90. Boolean. Save. I said apply scale. Object. Apply scale. Whoa. What the heck? What's that do exactly? Okay. I still don't think it did the thing. Hmm. These faces. Yeah. Still not. Oh, cylinder. Bam. Oh, nope. Hmm. Yeah, I'm a little lost, I'll be honest. This menu. Apply normals. Is that a thing? Object. Modeling, maybe? Uh-oh. Object. Normal needed flipping. I don't know how to do that. I'm not really sure, so I'm just going to keep it there for now, and I'll figure out later how to make it go through. Because currently I'm not sure, to be entirely honest. So we're just going to make this cylinder visible for now. We're going to keep working on the track. So this, I'm actually going to move it a little bit more. Whoops, that's leggy. Move this out of the way. Yeah, so I want to do the entire loop-de-loop while in here. Or not loop-de-loop, the entire corkscrew while we're in here. And then we're going to go to the curve. Go to edit mode. Grab this point. Raise it. Man, we are lagging like crazy. What's going on with this? You know, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Is that it? Huh? So am I crazy or is it lagging? When I do this. Okay, there we go. That was the Boolean that fixed it. Okay. Alright, we're set. Cool. Let's continue on. So yeah, I just want this above ground level. It'll come out around ground level. Right around like here. And then we're gonna make a new point out here. And we're going to go to control points, tilts. I'm going to tilt this so that it's pretty flat. Flat enough at least. And then what we're going to do is we're going to curve it back. Like add another point like over here. Move that up real quick. And what we're going to do is we're going to circle around the mountain upwards. And then go over top through here. So we're going to go like above where the track was earlier and circle around basically. The fun part is with the mechanics of our game, the way it's designed with the slowdown and all that, we don't have to worry too much about having a few sharp corners, because with the slowdown you should be able to actually make them, even if it's really sharp. If anything, it's good that we would have sharp corners, because that is a mechanic in our game. To like a mechanic as in we can combat those as a player. Sharp corners if we use the mechanics of the game correctly. Circle around here. I want to get in pretty close, just so you can like see it up close. Feel like you're really circling around it at a close like angle or whatever. I kind of want to lift this up a little bit. Yeah. Put this down a tiny bit. Cool. Okay. I'm just gonna keep going around. Get in real close there. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. And then after we're done circling around, we're going to take a real sharp turn, go through, right through here along these edges, basically. Note like here, and then in, and then in. Just a real sharp turn. You're really going to have to bust open the slowdown for this one. Make it a little more forgiving. Just a little curve there. Up and through. Theoretically, this should be possible. Then we're going to go control points tilt. We're going to start to even this out. And then even it out more as we go along. So it's a bit gradual. There we go. Let's move it a little bit, a little to the left. So I'll just squeeze perfectly between there. So that we get real close. Perfect. All right. The question is, what do we do after this? I'm thinking. I'm thinking we dip right down, honestly. You know what? You know what? Let's move this out a bit more. Let's have a drop. And we're going to drop under and through this piece of track down here. This is going to be wacky to play, I already know. Alright, so we go down to here, and then we just go right down. I don't know how this is going to go in game. You might just fly right off this. This might not work at all. But that's why we have the ability to test. Because then we can figure out if it works or not. And if it works, then awesome. If it doesn't, then I guess we'll have to figure it out. I really hope it works, though. Because that'd be sick. And we even it out like that. Straighten this out real good. Oh yeah, this is totally off. That looks relatively straight-ish. Yeah. Oh, we just need to lower it a bit because it's kind of clipping through. Or, instead of lowering that, we just move this out a bit more. Yeah. Let's try that. Let's see how this works. This looks cool, but does it work? And we're gonna have to disable the mesh collider on this mountain for now, this volcano, just so that we can actually go through. Actually, we won't even have to disable it because it should be disabled by default. So yeah, go to export, FBX, track. Due to the way we set this up, it should just replace. We shouldn't even have to do anything, really. But we will have to disable this mesh. Like that. So this. Disable that. Like this looks cool already, even though like it's literally just like a red texture. No, like, uh, actually, hold on. Let's put a texture on it. Um, let's set this to shader graph. PBR master, and let's select the texture. It's like a concrete color. Maybe. Oh, but you can't really set the color. So we'll stick with this for now and then put a specular maybe. Yeah, that doesn't really work. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't need to work. Let's go. Let's see if this works at all. Which I have no idea if it will. Actually, something I didn't check. How much space do I have free? Oh, I have 8 megabytes on my main drive. What? Why? Why do I only have 8 megabytes? Why? What took up like a crap ton of space just now? Like literally during this stream. It shouldn't be recording. Is it? Is it saving the VOD on my main thing? I don't know. Let's see if I can free some space real quick. Delete. Just to make sure my PC doesn't just stop working halfway through the stream. There we go. That should be better. Okay. Ooh, I can't see. All right, let me just go right through here. Oh yeah. This is already looking pretty cool, and I still need to do a lot of like polishing to like the visuals, but it is already looking pretty neat. You don't even need slowdown for that. You can just do it. So here's the part where I'm not sure how it'll work. Am I just gonna go down? Oh, just go down. Okay, cool. We don't have to worry about anything then. It just works. Awesome. Oh man, I'm going 78 down that. For reference, my max speed is like by default. Ooh. Whoops. And we fall on the rest of the track, because of course. Typically it's like 40. Yeah, 40. But we were going so fast because we were going down. Cool. Okay. Well, that went better than I expected. I thought we might have some troubles going around that, but yeah. Yeah, this is already looking sick, dude. I'm happy with this already, and we're not even like anywhere near done. Like it's still gonna be improved so much gradually. What's going on here? Because this is not overlapping in Blender, right? Oh, it is. What? Oh, I probably moved it. I probably moved a piece of it somewhere else, and that ended up moving this, I guess. That's probably it. Okay, well, we'll continue the map. So we'll move this back. No, we'll move this point up. So it really, like, drops. So knowing that, now we know that we can take this back even further. Like, what if we drop it like that? You know what I mean? What if you make it that steep? Does it still work? Oops, not STL. FBX. I can... And then you can just see this move. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, that's so steep. But considering, I think it's because, yeah, the track is just so big compared to, like, the size of the player. You know what I mean? So it ends up actually working fine. I wonder if we'll even be able to go up this with no speed. You should be able to. Ooh, bounce. Nope. That's what I thought would happen. Damn. All right. Well, that answers that. Okay. So let's smooth that out a bit more. So first, we'll lower it down to like here. And then we'll move this back out a bit more. We'll still make it a drop, though. Because, of course. I also want to try a jump, which I think is gonna... I don't know how I'm gonna make a jump for this game. Because the thing is, I want to have it so that, like, you unlock cars, like, throughout the game. Like, there will be, like, circuits and stuff that you do with different tracks. And as you go along, you get more cars, and they get, like, faster or whatever. But I'm trying to think of how I make it so that no matter how fast your car is, you can still make a jump. Right? Does that make sense? On why that would be kind of confusing to design? Like, how do I make it so that every car can make a jump? Right. Yeah, that's still... But maybe it's fine if it does that, because maybe the incentive is, like, you gotta, like, hit the brakes a little bit. Oh no, we're dropping. You gotta hit the brakes. Which should work. Because the reason we're flying off is that the mass of the car and the downforce value are not very high. Right, so if I slow down here and just go down, whoa, why is it bouncing like that? But yeah, that does work. If I hit the side like that, it still doesn't do much, which is good. It's intended. Then that is solid floor. Okay, so we'll add a mesh collider to this mesh collider. We're gonna have to keep a mesh collider off of this one, simply because of well, reasons. You know what we're gonna do though? I'm gonna add a plane. I'm gonna add some lava just to make this a little more interesting. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a plane. Just set that not to, or I think it's, what is map terrain? Oh, now we can remove that. So we have this plane, right? Um, what are we? Oh, let's see what's happening here. There we go. Make it real big. And then we're gonna make a new material, and this is gonna act as like our lava, basically. Oh, come on. And then that's gonna have get like orange and have an emission map. Intensity, let's set that to like 6. Yeah. Front only. Receive shadows. No. Okay. So in theory, actually, first we're gonna. Well, why is this rotated? I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay, so if we. Yeah, look at that. That looks great. So now we see we have this lava. Oh, but I don't really want it to reflect off the sun like that. I'm actually gonna remove both of these. There we go. It's like a transparent. And eventually we're gonna have it. I'm gonna have it like animated, like maybe bubbles and stuff like that. But for now, we'll just get like a material like that. We'll set player back to 0, 0, 0, and then actually that's all the way down there. We want to set it over here. Now this looks kind of ugly here, but it's all with like the camera, like the post processing and stuff that it starts to look really nice. So if we go to our camera, we have post processing on. Now, the thing that we want to be sure is that in our post processing, we have bloom, and that it actually does stuff. And we'll notice this more. I think in play, it should be like it should have like a real like glow to it. If I set this up right, which I think I did. I hope that this custom renderer thing doesn't like overwrite that. Oh, oh, hold on. Maybe it does. It's volume, yeah. Oh no, it doesn't. Yeah, it's just I just have to mess with the some stuff. Like 9 maybe? I feel like it should be brighter than that already though, is what I'm wondering. I can also just remove this light that's on the player, because that is not necessary. Processing. We'll change this value to like 4 maybe. Yeah. So now we have this lava that's around our map. It's like kind of glowing. Whoa. What happened there? That's weird. Oh, duh, because I went the wrong way. Of course it did that. Duh. It fell off because there was no track. Who'd have thunk? Oh, little worried about jumps if that is happening from a tiny landing. Yeah, look at this. Yeah. Like, this looks awesome already. So fast. And then slow. Whoa, that slows so much. Stretch. Awesome. Whoa. Cool. Okay. Now question is, jumps. Can we do jumps? That is the question. So to test this, we can simply add a jump. So we're gonna reduce the count until we have enough. Do like 210. Like that. Or no, maybe like 215. Yeah. And then we'll add one more little piece on the end here. Actually, we can just raise this probably to make our jump. Now we'll add one more. Like here. Yeah, like that. So jump right like that. So then we just need to make the end of the jump. Okay. So now let's just get our cube. Paste another cube. Oh, I think it copied the NURBS path as well. Delete that. Grab this cube that we just pasted. What? Grab this cube. Or not. Paste the new NURBS path. That's interesting. Why does it not have the modifiers on it? I don't understand. I'm a little confused. Why can't I move it? What is happening? Oh, I'm in edit mode. Duh. Stupid. Figured it out. Alright, let's move this other path. Go to this cube. Move it over here. Turn. Curve, remove array. Let's see, we'll do like 10. We just want something to land on for now, and then we'll figure out getting another track that actually does stuff similar to the other one. Turn that a little bit more. Whoops, that's not a little bit more. We'll do that. Actually, no, we won't, because you're just going to hit the roof right there. Never mind. this menu on top. Just go like this. Yeah. And then we'll just see if we can jump that. So we need to add a mesh collider on this to make sure we can actually land on it. And then we just need to set it so that we spawn over here. And you might think, oh, you must have some complicated way of doing that. No, I just move the player prefab over like a caveman. Make sure we put it a good bit back here so we actually have some run up. That'd be pretty good. There we go. And now we test. Oh man, it's been 5 hours. Jeez. I be working. Ooh, camera. Alright, let's see if we can just make this just by itself. Wow, that's... Huh. That wasn't very good, was it? That wasn't a very good attempt. That's interesting. What if we remove the downforce? Is that the problem? If you remove the downforce entirely... It shouldn't be, because I don't have it... No, it's not it. I guess it's just not at a very good angle? Maybe? I mean, that's my guess. I didn't think there'd be this much... I didn't think it'd be this complicated. I thought it'd just be like ramp. You know what I mean? I guess we'll try that. See, the thing I'm scared of, right, is I do all this and then it doesn't work for every car. And then what I do? That's what I'm scared of, you know? I don't know what to do if it gets to that. Maybe hard code it so the car just makes it anyways, but it looks like you made it yourself? I don't know. Like, what is... Oh, it did actually make it almost. It made it the distance, but he's turning like crazy. I wonder why that's happening. Unity, why does my car flip in the air and turn so much? Hmm. what I might do, and this is something that I've had planned for a while, is you can actually control the car in the air, as in like the rotation and stuff. But it still would be good to not have it just like flip like crazy like that in the air, and that I'll definitely figure out. But for now, this actually brings up a good point, which is I want to that implemented. So let's see if we can do that. Is that done in here? Like inputs and stuff, or is that more like this? I think it's more on this, right? So we'll do like, we'll make a function called air tilt. So we'll do private void air tilt. And we need an input for this. By default, I think for keyboard, I'll probably do arrow keys. And then for a controller, probably the other stick, maybe is my guess. Just use one stick to move the car on the ground, and another stick to tilt the car in the air. That makes sense to me, at least. For now, like again, the thing that's you know, the thing about this is I could change it at any time. If I don't like these controls later, I can just change them. So we're gonna change this, or we're gonna copy and paste this WASD, and we're gonna do name this to turn. Change this to tilt. Right. Then we're gonna do arrow. So this one's gonna be up arrow for up. Down is going to be down arrow. Left is going to be left arrow. Right is going to be right arrow. And then instead of left stick gamepad, it's going to be right stick gamepad. There. Let me save that asset. And then what we need to do is do the thing. So we should have a thing for move, which is this. We're going to do the same thing but for tilt. So private input action tilt. And then tilt equals player controls dot character controls. Whoops. Player controls dot character. What? Player controls dot character controls dot tilt. Oh my god, tilt. Did I not add it? Is my brain being silly? Tilt. Oh, I see. It's under move. I see what happened here. Okay. Copy this. Call this tilt. So this only should have turn. This should only have tilt. There we go. And then change this to back to left stick. I see what happened. I did a big silly. So now we should be good. So now we should have tilt. Except we don't because I didn't hit save asset. Smart. Yeah, so now it's tilt. So now we do tilt.enable. I don't know what this does, but Brackeys told me to do it, so that's what I'm doing. I think it was Brackeys. He told me to do it. And if Brackeys tells me to do something, I will do it. Because he probably knows what he's doing, usually. Which is why he stopped using Unity, because that's what you should be doing. That's not what I'm doing. Anyways, so we're going to see this is a move, because we're going to see how we're going to actually use this, which is exactly like this. So we're going to copy this. set steer input, public void, set tilt input, float tilt input. Oh, but this is just for left and right, though, actually. Yeah, because this is X. Set tilt vertical. Set vertical tilt input and horizontal tilt input. That's what we'll do. So it is controlled in here, actually. That makes more sense. So we'll do set vertical tilt input of tilt dot read value X. And then we'll do it again for horizontal and set it to Y instead. Or no, reverse, Y and then X, because this one's going to be horizontal. It should be X. Awesome. Now we got to make this work. So we're going to put this here and here. And then we're going to make a new one of these for each vertical steer, or no, vertical tilt. And then horizontal tilt. Great. And then I don't know where I put it, so I'm just going to go find all references. And then actually, no, that doesn't make any sense because I haven't referenced it anywhere yet. Duh. Steering, or no, because it's... I'm just going to go here and then go here. That'll do it. There we go. Vertical tilt. Horizontal tilt. Great. So now we have set our vertical and horizontal tilt inputs. So when we move the right stick, it'll set the inputs. So now we just need to make the code actually work. So how we're going to do that is similar to steering. Very similar. So we're going to find get steering, and we're going to do something similar. So we're going to make another function, call it update tilt. Update tilting, yeah. And then we're going to check the wheels at all. Actually, I don't think we need any of this code, honestly. Because we're purely going to adjust the rotation. Let's just, you know what? Okay. Transform m transform dot rotate. Rotation dot left, or is it that transform dot left? Maybe either angles dot left. How do we just rotate to the left? Rotate vector 3 Euler's space to okay. New vector 3 maybe, and then we'll do horizontal tilt, vertical tilt 0, right? Will that just work is my question. Oh, and we also have to check if not is fully grounded. Not is any grounded. Not grounded. Not any wheel grounded. That's it. Which basically means that if any wheel is grounded, then we cannot tilt our car because that's purely an air functionality. Which is what because we don't want we don't want the players to be able to just start turning their car while on the ground, obviously. So I don't think the values are gonna be right. I don't think like the it's gonna tilt the right amount at all. We'll adjust that later. I just want to see if it tilts in the air. That's what I need to know. That's the important part. So let's see. Oh, that's fun. Forgot that it's gonna move my cursor. I can't tell if it's moving it at all. I'll be honest. Let's set this to. Can I lock my cursor? Actually, I'll just use the keyboard because I can use arrow keys. And then we'll set floats for the sensitivity. Public float vertical tilt sensitivity. By default, we'll have it to, I don't know, 10. And then it should just give us a, never mind, it will not give us a prompt to just make the horizontal version of the same thing. I thought it would, but it did not. And then I'll struggle to find my code again, because, of course, they're tilting. Oh, I'm never even calling it anywhere. No wonder it wasn't doing anything. Dir. And we'll multiply the input by the sensitivity. Obviously, realistically, like if we're multiplying it by sensitivity, and the sensitivity, like it's going to be numbers in like the settings that make sense, but for now we just want to make sure that it works, that everything works, and then we can go through and like adjust things and make things user friendly, etc., etc. For now, I just want to lay out all of the different things, get a track completed, get, you know, just get each individual piece done. And then we can go through and actually tweak everything, make everything all pretty and nice. That's the thing is, right? Do I want to spend like 20, 30 hours working on a super beautiful looking track and then realize halfway, or not halfway through, when I'm done, that is not going to work for the game at all, right? No, what I'm going to do is make a track and then, oh wow, okay, that works. Yep, it certainly turns. Jeez. Okay, you know what I need to do? I need to make an executive decision and stop the camera from doing that. Let's see. From what I remember, the camera was annoying to get to work properly. I think it's no roll that I believe that I used to use, but when I went upside down, then it like flipped it in a really annoying way from what I remember. But as of right now, that's better than the upside down thing. The annoying thing though is that I can't really see my car in the air. Okay, or it's just gonna move the camera like crazy apparently. I thought it's no roll. Why does it roll? Jeez. Okay. Transform dot local Euler angles. Local rotate. No. Dot rotate. Horizontal times transform dot left. No. Dot rigid body dot left. What is it again? Actually, let's just look at that. Unity C sharp rotate car midair with stick. See what other people did for this. Vector 3.4 vector 3. That's it. Okay. Where was I? Vector 3 dot left. Maybe I have to do 2. Hold on. So for just a second. 3 dot left, like that, and then make another one for vertical. Dot forward. Vertical. Vertical tilt. That might do it. Bit messy, but it should work. We'll clean up all this code later, probably. Let's test this. I'll go a little slower this time. I think that's almost it. God, if only the camera was not terrible. The world up? Is that what I want? Maybe. Because the camera is pretty frustrating. And then I think these are just reversed. I think I need to reverse X and Y. I think. X. It's a little confusing because X to me is horizontal and Y is vertical, but oh well. As long as it works. That looks like it's turning. You know what? Actually, okay. I'm going to add a model on this so I can actually have an easier time of telling what's going on. There. So we have something for now. I'll just put, like, I don't know. Not an orange. Put, like, a, sure, white works. Just something where it's easy for me to tell what's going on exactly. We also need to reduce the sensitivity a bit. Okay, it's reversed, and it's reversed. Got it. Okay. Cool. We know both of them work, so that's good. So we can remove this function. We don't need it. Vehicle, move this over. Uh, tilting. Okay, we can remove this. We can remove this and this if we just do this. So if any wheel grounded, then nah, get out of here. 93, do minus. So that should reverse it. So that should actually do the thing that we want it to do. Yeah, I think I'm almost out. I'm almost done. This is like almost this stream. I mean, I'm starting to get a little burnt out. We've been at this for quite a while. So now, yep, and yep. And if I do multiple keys, then yep, it does do that. Cool. Now I just need to reduce the sensitivity by a lot. Yeah, it just whenever you go over something, it just turns so much. I'm curious what exactly is the cause of that. Also, let's set this so I can remove this debug.log. 1.91, 124.57, 0.79. There. Go to this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Set that. There we go. I still don't know what it does yet, but there's code in there for it. Okay. I think to end it off, what will we do? Becker's still working on it. That's great. I'm actually getting off soon. Yeah. But yeah, it's been a while. 5.5 hours. That's some big updating. Pretty big updating. So yeah, I just added air tilting, so you can tilt your car in the air. But we're gonna reduce it a lot because it was way too harsh. So yeah, I'm just gonna mess around with this a little bit more, and then I think I'm out of here. Maybe edit some clips for YouTube or something. I don't know. We'll see. I might also try increasing the mass of the car a bit. So that might be why we're like doing that, right? Oh, interesting. So when we try and tilt, so I'm trying to tilt right now, but it's not moving because there's still, you can barrel roll, yes. So what I need to do, you know what I need to do actually? Or no, that wouldn't really work. I was gonna say we can reset all velocity while in the air. Like the second you lift off into the air, it removes all velocity. So like the second I lift off this jump, it basically makes our car not like turn randomly like it was. But that's not really gonna work. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna check basically if any input at all, then we're gonna remove all velocity basically. So if that'll be like our temporary fix for not being able to turn due to velocity. So what we're gonna do is just check if horizontal tilt input. Actually, where are these declared? Because can't I just check if tilt input? Yeah, because I think these are declared here. So tilt. If tilt dot is pressed, if you press any tilt button, then rigid body dot normalize dot velocity dot 0, I think, dot, or is it just normalized? Might be just normalized. No. How do I zero out the velocity? Magnitude dot 0? Or is it just velocity equals vector 3 dot 0? That's it. That's the one. So if we try and tilt, then we zero out all of our velocity. Or will that stop us from moving? Because I just want to stop the rotation. That's a good question. Let's see. Because I just realized that it might also stop our movement, which is not good. We want us to keep moving. We just want the rotation to stop when we try and tilt the car. Ideally, it shouldn't be tilting that much without our control, but there are going to be certain stage hazards and stuff that will make your car go nuts. I'll probably have it so that like if you get hit by something, it sets you to like a stun for a certain duration. Let's say you get smacked by like a giant hammer or something, and you get flung. Then you're not going to be able to input things for like a couple seconds. If you get hit by like a little boulder, it might stun you for like a second or two. Then you can't do any move or tilt inputs. Yeah, so you see like our car is still tilting without us pressing anything. And then if we start pressing something, it will start tilting it, but our car is still like turning, right? So we need to set that to 0, not velocity. So rigid body dot freeze rotation equals true. Or no, dot rotation equals vector 3 dot 0. maybe. Equals none. Dot rotation equals vector quaternion dot 0. No, dot Euler dot 0. Nope. Dot rotation vector 3 dot 0. One of these has got to work. All right. Unity C#, how to stop all rotation on rigid body. Angular velocity, that's it. That sounds correct. Dot angular velocity equals vector 3 dot 0. That's the one. Not regular velocity, angular velocity. So we stop all of our angular velocity when we start to input a tilt. That makes sense. Ideally, again, we still want to make some other adjustments, because like if we're going off a ramp, we shouldn't expect the player to instantly start trying to tilt their car to correct themselves, right? Because that doesn't make much sense. We should only really have to tilt if if we need the car to tilt, right? But you shouldn't constantly be tilting the car just to be on the ground when you do jumps and stuff. Right? Because when we go off this jump normally, right, it does that, right? Which is not good. And we can adjust ourselves. We can do like a barrel roll. But yeah, there's still, yeah, like why is our car flinging like that? You know what I mean? It's just so bouncy. like, like look at that, dude. Okay, so let's try something. Let's try setting the mass of the car to so we can set it in here. Try setting it to 200. I don't know if that updates in here. No, it doesn't. So if we set it to 200 here, then what happens? Then we notice we're a lot slower. But it looks like we're still bouncing around. Yeah, we are still kind of bouncing around. So that's not an immediate solution, I don't think. Unity C#, how to reduce the amount my car rotates in the air. Not stop it from rotating, but reduce the amount to which it rotates. Hmm. How much air resistance affects the object when rotating from torque? I mean, they cut the fast. No, this is a model that's already. This is a free model that I've already had in the project for ages. I didn't make this. This is it's a free model. I threw it in just so I have like an idea of like the car. This is not for this game. This is just a placeholder free asset. So don't worry about it. Yeah, I just want to figure out this one thing, and then after that, I think I'm just gonna get going. Oh, so angular drag is how much air resistance affects the object when rotating from torque. Is that what we want? Because that might be what we want. Let's see. And that's a rigid body thing, right? Yeah. So let's hit play, and let's go into our rigid body, and let's adjust that value. Because ideally, I don't really want any angular drag at all. I don't really want our car to turn like that at all, really. So bouncy. Maybe I can just adjust the springs or something. Upper GX. I used to use Firefox, and then I just kind of stopped because it was really laggy, and I haven't really. I used to use Chrome, but that was not good. Oh, there we go. Did that literally fix it completely? Is that all we needed to do? Was just adjust angular drag? Except our... Wait. Actually, does our... Hold on. I don't think it's as simple as that, actually. But that is a good variable to adjust, because that looks like it's definitely going to be helpful. Yeah, I don't know. I heard Opera GX like steals your data or something, but I really don't care. What are they going to use it for anyways? They're going to sell it to people? What are they going to do with that? I really don't care. If anyone else cares about their data being sold, then that's totally fair. Then you can use a different browser. I don't really care, so that's why I use it. Public float angular drag. Set that to default value of, let's say, 3. I set it to 5. It seems like a bit much. So we'll set it to default maybe of 3. And we're going to set angular drag somewhere down here. Somewhere. Probably in start. Yeah. Or no. That's no, not here at all. What am I saying? We set that in vehicle, because that's where all the complicated, fancy stuff is. So that's public float angular drag equals 3f. So we do m rigid body dot angular drag equals angular drag. Wow. Incredible. So yeah. Then we'll see how 3 does. I don't know if I'm crazy, but I felt like maybe the driving was also a little weird. Maybe I'm just making stuff up. I use Vivaldi because it had unprecedented customization at the time. Vivaldi. Have I heard of that? Vivaldi. I've no idea what this is. This is a foreign concept to me. Interesting. Huh. I might have to keep it noted. Surprised I never heard of it. So I feel like if it's a used browser, I would have heard about it at least once. But also, we've made it pretty clear through this that I have not heard of a lot of things. Yeah, like, am I moving slower? Is it because of that? Or do I still have the mass? Oh, I still have the mass set to 200. That's why. Set it back to 80. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, and we'll also have to adjust it so that, like, if you're going like 2 miles per hour, you're not gonna be able to turn it as fast. But if you're going really fast, you should be able to turn it a bit better. And I also want to make it so that when you're using slowdown, I haven't really showed off the slowdown much at all, honestly. Yeah, I don't think. I really haven't. Speaking of the slowdown, actually, slowdown. First, let me make it a bit faster, because I think it's a little too slow. I don't know if it's... Do I increase it or decrease it? I don't remember. I'll try 0.15 and see how that goes. And then we'll change the sensitivity to 4 and 4, maybe. Make it a little more sensitive, and then we'll adjust it so that the faster we're going, the more it is affected. Sets in vehicle, I think. And tilting. So how are we gonna do that? So by default, so we subtract it. Yeah, okay, what we do is we subtract it by itself. Okay. Float horizontal turn factor equals all this junk, right? Or that's a vector 3. Okay. Now you turn it by that minus itself multiplied by the factor of speed between 0 and max, right? So what we're trying to achieve, right, is if we're not moving at all, then we're not going to move. We're not going to be able to tilt, like, at all. But if we're very fast, then we can turn very fast. So we need to figure out speed. We've used this a couple times already. It's this right here. I think we want absolute version. Not that it really matters. Actually, it's fine. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll go to that function we just made, which I already forgot where it was. Oh, it's probably where the error is. Yeah. Okay. Minus by itself multiplied by speed, which is float speed equals that. Multiplied by speed. So, speed is... Oh, wait, no. This is just getting our speed. We got to... No, I didn't do any of that correctly. Or I got the first part of it, but we still have to do the math F part. Inverse. This is it. Here we go. This is what we were looking for. Update tilting. Here we go. Like that, and then we just do the same thing. I don't know why we... Wait, why did I do it like this? Right? Did I do that right? Rotate by this minus this multiplied by this. Whoops. What? Why am I in here? Back to vehicle. Oh, wow, this is that many brackets. Okay. Understandable. Alright, so now we just need to change this to vertical. Turn factor. What? Oh, right. Duh. So we do vertical turn factor equals forward vertical tilt input vertical tilt sensitivity. And now our caveman code should probably work. Assuming that I did that right, which I didn't actually read any of the stuff that I coded, so let's see if it does it right. So, okay, so let's see. The horizontal turn factor, we get that input, and then we get the vertical factor input. Great. Now we get the speed. And now in this line, we grab the turn factor and we subtract it by itself multiplied by a value between 0 and 1. So if we are at max speed, then it's 1, which is bad. So actually what we're going to do is we're not going to subtract it by itself at all. Because this will actually work fine. I just realized. Subtracting it by itself makes no sense. So now we just multiply it by between 0 and 1 depending on our speed. So if we are not moving, then we don't rotate. If we are moving max speed, we rotate by the full factor. If we are at half speed, then we rotate by half of the turn factor. So the faster we are going, the more it's going to tilt in the air when we do the tilt input. Which I think should work fine, because typically if you're going to need to tilt in the air, it's probably when you're going max speed and you have to make an adjustment when you're going over a ramp or something. That's typically when you're going to do it. It's mostly so that it doesn't look janky, right? So if I'm... Whoa. Tilt... What the heck? Whoa. That's interesting. What? Is it because I did... Wait. Should I do this instead? The transforms no left. Dot. Really? It only has right? Oh, okay. Huh. Because I'm guessing that we couldn't turn all the... But we could turn earlier all the way. So then why... Huh. That's strange. Must be missing something about this. Maybe it's the way the speed is gotten, for lack of a word that makes sense. Let's try this again. Whoa. Yeah, that's not correct. Okay, hold on. No, vector 3 was fine. I think it has to do with the way we calculate the speed, is my guess. How do we calculate speed in here? Speed equals rigid body dot velocity dot magnitude. Let's try that instead and see if it works. I don't know why there's multiple ways of calculating it and why I have it different in different scripts. Don't ask. It just that's just the way it be. What time is it now? Oh, it's 6 already. Damn. 6:30. That's crazy. Nice. Oops. Yeah, so now when we're moving slower, then it doesn't turn in the air as much. And since we're yeah. Good to talk me. Good. Yep, you got it. Uh, I'm a little tired. That's what I was trying to say. I'm a little tired. Okay, what am I looking at? Okay. Right. Uh, what was I gonna say? What am I doing? Yeah, I think I'm down. Okay. I think my brain's too rotted for this. All right. Huge progress. Honestly, all things considered, pretty great progress. We made big progress on the map. We got a bunch of neat things. We got all this. We got this drop. Circles around. Um, that all works good. We got better collision. It's not as funky when you bump into things. We got the wheels turning good when you go up against a wall at a certain angle. Um, we got the car not flinging around after you do a jump. It doesn't like fling forward. It actually like stays relatively still in the air. We got the car tilting, which is what we just did. We have this terrain that's up here, and I don't know where it came from. Uh, we got yeah, I got this lava that I added. It looks nice. Pretty good. Pretty good stream. Oh yeah, I never wait. Actually, last thing. I never actually tested if we can land on this. I literally never tested that. Why did I never test that? That was like the whole thing we were trying to do for the past like 20 minutes, if not longer. Why did I forget about that? I don't know. Mind works in mysterious ways, I suppose. I also haven't tried slow down in midair. Ooh, look at that turn. Oh, look at that camera. Well, that's great. That's awesome. So cinematic. And nailed it. Ish. How stressful Wii Sports could be. It can't, yeah, dude. Sword fighting, dude. That shit's got my heart pumping. It's intense. I think it needs to be a little bit to the left. Anyways, the point is, the jump works. You can make jumps in this game, and that's what matters. Actually, one last thing before I get off. Um, why bounce you so much when I land? We should reduce that by a lot. Way too bouncy when I land. Baseball, man. Oh, dude. Baseball, Wii Sports, underrated as hell. It's fun. It's hard, but it's fun. I say it's hard, but I probably just kind of suck at it. I don't know. I think it's hard. Okay, let's see. If I increase the spring damper, maybe? I don't know, or spring strength? Or am I supposed to reduce it? These are great questions. I need to play Wii Sports again, man. Did that work? It was lagging so much I couldn't tell. I think it worked. Let's try this jump again. Oh, perfect. You know what? Flip. And then beautiful landing. Okay, spring damper was the way to go. Absolutely. Reduce it a little bit just because I'm scared and afraid. Yeah, so if we just start with a drop, right? When I drop, I don't want to go boing boing. I want to go vroom. You know, not like boing boing. I want to go vroom. Like land. There's a little bit of give, but it's mostly like a. You know what I mean? Like yeah. There we go. That's a woof. If I've ever seen one. Let's just one last test, and then one last test, I swear. Final test, for sure. Definitely final test. I will not do any more tests after this one, for sure. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I'll take that. It's not nearly as bouncy. Good enough for me. Okay, that's enough for the day. Oh my god, I need to like do things that aren't work for like 2 seconds. I wouldn't really say this is work, but it's like when you do like 5-6 days of actual work in a row, and then you spend your free time by developing a video game, it does not feel as much like relaxation at that point. But alright, that was still a lot of fun. That's for sure. Productive. Yes, that's the better term. No, I'm not working. I'm just being productive. Yes. Or I'm not relaxing. I'm not spending my time off wastefully. I'm being productive. I'm making a video game. I'm creating. I'm creatively yeah. That one. Alright. Well, that was a lot of fun. I'm definitely doing this again. I don't know when. Maybe in a few days. I might be live again. We'll see. Life's been a little busy recently. It's not going to get less busy, but I have no plans to stop working on this game. That is for sure. So this is coming back. Might be in a few days, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. Making the worst. Okay. You were on a great streak, on a great streak. And I'm not saying you ruined it, but I'm a little hurt. Slightly hurt. Is it the Comic Sans? Is that too much? It might have been too much. It was probably too much. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get out of here. That was a lot of fun. Thank you all for tuning in. I honestly, genuinely, I came to this thinking that it was gonna get 0 views, maybe one person that I know, that I knew already would tune in for 5 minutes. I'm kidding. Yeah, I know. Don't worry. We're all good here. I totally thought there was gonna be maybe one person that tuned in at one point. This is my first time ever even streaming me working on this game. I've never streamed this before. I just randomly decided to do it because I'm like, why not? Sure. I'm gonna spend the next 6 hours working on it anyways, so why not stream it? I already have it set up and everything. So sure. And yeah, that was great. I enjoyed that a lot. So yeah, with that being said, thank you, and until next time, perhaps, whenever that may be. Bye-bye.